because the pole sign got approved. And that's why I'm wondering if those are the old comments.
So Mr. Chair, the comment B was included because the board was split. There were different members that were pro versus con on that. And so that was included. I'm happy to remove that. Sometimes it can be helpful to include that in case a project, when it's granted preliminary approval, if it's appealed, that gives future decision makers kind of background on the different straw vote.
Okay.
I think it should remain and maybe say, all is split on existing pole sign, approve on a 4-2 vote or something like that, just to indicate what the.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
What the vote was.
Agreed. Okay. So just in addition to the end of that comment that to list what the vote was, I think it was 4-2.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it was a 4-2 vote.
The pole sign, we took a vote and it was voted that it remains. So we're just gonna add that to the minutes. Wasn't there anything else? No? Okay. Okay, item 3. No,
Yeah, on C, it says change could to should. It's still kind of wishy-washy, but at least it's more clear.
anything else on item 3? Okay, number 4. Okay, number 5. Let's say add to the last sentence in C, just landscape in back of property could be reduced if desired by applicant. Okay, anything for that? Item 5. Okay, 6. Okay. 7. Okay. 8.
Is letter J okay with the landscape architects? Scatter oaks to south side of property, is that specific enough?
No. It's just add oak trees to south side of property. Yeah. Mhm. Really good. No. Natural man.
Well, I don't know if we didn't say that.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, so that may be a better way of saying that.
Okay, so for J, the last sentence, add oaks to south side of property and naturalistic layout.
Okay, great, got it.
Okay, anything else for this item?
I would use the word additional instead of more. Look for additional ways to screen development.
Yeah.
It's grammatical, but it also, I think it's more clear.
Mhm.
Okay, number 9.
On D, it says applicant to return with specific discussion, additional information responding to concerns of the neighbors. That's kind of vague. Means additional information. He's gonna
I
find
think-
out what the additional information is and then report with it. I mean,
I think so. I think you just remove discussion and additional. And say applicant to return with specific information responding to concerns of neighbors. Does that work for you, John?
yeah,
If it has to be done for fun. There was quite a bit of comment on that item regarding the trees used on the planters, that then we also learned that they were used for bio infiltration, right?
Yeah,
Is that, and they were a little bit unprepared to respond. I mean, the project is very well done and all that, but, they, I think we may end up with just one palm tree every, I don't know, 80 feet or so. Right?
yeah, I. I think we could say that the board is concerned that there are not enough planters,
And-
especially finger planters, throughout the project.
Yeah, right, no, we say that in C, we said we'll add more, but the problem is that these planters are also used for bioinfiltration, and then they're claiming that, that you cannot use trees and those.
Well, it's certain trees, so basically, were you here for that? No, so they had, this was for the Santa Claus Lane, okay, and so what surfaced is that they, all of the, they have these finger planters and all the planters really that are along that section are also bioinfiltration areas, and they had like Arbutus marina and some other trees in there that would just be inundated with water and would not survive.
Yeah,
So we're trying to find a way to,
Maybe on C, we should, C kind of mentions that,
yes,
we should add the word canopy trees, because it says I utilize trees, because of,
well, then we say that provide canopy shade right after that. So we could say, study ways to incorporate additional finger planters and utilize canopy trees and those planters that provide shade.
you have that in B,
Yeah, so they're really kind of saying the
they're
same
kind of
thing.
redundant,
So
except the addition of finger planters.
I think we
That's-
could almost combine those two. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
Was
The
that
thing
your
is-
comment? Because you, if you said that, maybe
Well, it's
size,
kind of two
finger
comments.
planters.
One of
support canopy trees.
the two comments are there's not enough planters and the planters that are there have trees that will not survive bioinfiltration.
Oh, I would keep those two separate. comments then.
Yeah.
But it's like the biofiltration issue.
Right.
And the word, I think we should use canopy trees because, you know, palm trees for shade, which is what we're trying to do, to
Gotcha.
provide shade and to screen, are not enough.
Right, so.
Well, and you pointed out at the meeting that there's that long retaining wall. It's gonna be very sunlit and hot. It's gonna be very hot over there, so the trees are important. Yeah, so, yeah, all of the issues of parking and stormwater management had kind of taken precedence over the landscape, and it's really, really important. And you said that.
Yeah.
But maybe it should be
So
more
I think that's
specific.
actually a good way to phrase it, maybe, in that, you know, landscape has taken a back seat to all these other. And,
It's gonna be harsh and hot on that side.
yeah,
Right.
So if the board is concerned with the longevity, maybe we say the board is concerned with the success of proposed planting in the planters intended for the biofiltration areas. Suitable trees. Suitable trees should be selected for about infiltration areas that can handle seaside conditions and inundation.
And
Yeah.
provide shade.
And well, and then I'm wondering if we should have the other comment that says, finger planters should be sized appropriately to support, canopy tree growth and, suitable tree selection should be. Something like
so
that.
name
I
one,
would keep them separate because the finger planter size is,
yeah, so name one tree that would survive in that condition.
Skyera parviflora, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean. Just, I guess. The planters as designed will not be successful. So. You know, applicant needs to find a way to rectify or reconcile the bioinfiltration with shade trees or canopy trees.
They may just need to take a different strategy of providing shade for the parking,
Right.
like it's not finger plantings.
Mhm. You got that, Joe?
So this is a tough one. I could read to you what I've changed, but maybe I think I missed that last statement
Well, I
where,
think John had a really good point here also, and it's basically restudy the use of bioinfiltration in the planters as you know, canopy trees will not survive inundation.
Restudy the concept of incorporating both canopy trees and bioinfiltration purposes into the finger planters.
Is there any way they can do those kind of corner diamond?
Like triangle.
That's what I was thinking. They might need to just create a different strategy where the trees are in diamonds and the biofiltrations in
Yeah.
the fingers, but
Yeah.
I
Is-
think they should just do the restudy. Cause I don't know geometry
Yeah,
wise.
but I mean,
Yeah,
does
and
that
I brought
work?
that up, actually,
Yeah.
the triangle
maybe-
planters.
Maybe that should be in there too.
Yeah.
I just
Okay.
don't think they were focused on so many other problems.
Yeah. Right. So, Joe, do you want to read us back what you have then? Or take a minute and,
sure, yeah, I'll read that really quick. Okay, so I kept the start that the board is concerned with the success and longevity of planting proposed in planters that are intended for bioinfiltration.
Yeah.
Restudy the use of bioinfiltration in the planters as trees will not survive inundation.
I think that's redundant.
yeah. And
Okay,
maybe add to that and just say, and consider additional areas or planters for trees such
Right.
as triangle planters in between parking spaces, et cetera.
Because you wouldn't lose parking.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
That they work.
Okay. And we want to say canopy trees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we want to get rid of the restudy comment because that was duplicative?
I think so. I think the comment that you read covers it.
Okay, so I'll start this next sentence with consider additional planters for canopy trees such as triangle planters between parking spaces.
Etc.
Okay, so then with this comment, it does seem like the next sentence would not make sense anymore. What I have is suitable trees should be selected that will survive bioinfiltration
Yeah,
while also providing canopy shade.
right. You can eliminate that.
So we get rid of that. Because that seems unfeasible. And then I also had study tree options that are appropriate for bioinfiltration areas, preferably canopy trees that provide shade cover. That seems like it's also unnecessary now.
Yeah, I think we covered it with the first comment.
Okay. Okay, great. So I will delete that. So now we just have those two sentences. And then the next, so item C, I have study ways to incorporate additional finger planters on north side of Santa Claus Lane and utilize trees in those planters that provide canopy shade. I think that's the same comment as before.
Yes.
That's still
I mean,
a comment, right?
well, we're kind of covered it with the other comment.
And it's
So
ways
maybe read,
to take one of
okay, so you have, let's review this again. You have A doesn't change. B is what? Can you reread your comment again?
The board is concerned with the success and longevity of planting proposed in planters that are intended for bioinfiltration. Consider additional planters for canopy trees, such as triangle planters between parking spaces.
Right, and then, so that really kind of negates,
But it
Ne-
seems like there should still be something about another option is, additional finger planters. And speaking specifically to the north side is really important because
Okay.
that's where the
Yeah.
baking is gonna happen.
We
And
also lost any comments about really providing that canopy shade
Yeah,
along that
we
that
need
area.
So
so just leave C.
maybe C just stays.
Okay. Sounds good.
Because they could do both, if they can figure out how to get some trees into a
Mhm.
bioswale.
Instead of that provide canopy shade, say to provide canopy shade at the end of C.
Do it. Okay, I've got that. And do you want to also give it a little bit more direction about what the canopy shade is for? That's the canopy shade along the entire boardwalk area, or
On boardwalk? On, to provide canopy shade on,
Over boardwalk area.
okay.
Is that the boardwalk on the north side?
Well,
It's
yeah,
a
it's that big
path,
multi-use,
yeah.
It's for bikes and
So
pedestrians.
maybe we should call it the multi-use path.
Multi-use pathway.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, number 10.
I think that's good. 10 is good.
So, comment C, consider different tree other than the magnolia little gem to achieve the screening necessary on the western property boundary.
Okay, got that.
Okay, anything else for this one? Okay, number, is it 11? 12.
I think I would say board is concerned for the potential for lantern effect with the larger windows. Oh, okay, I see one. Planning the landscape. Kind of a
I'm sorry,
thing.
I missed that. Was,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just read the sentence. So it's a direction for the landscape plan, I guess.
Yeah, I think because we weren't gonna have them change the architecture,
I see.
so
Okay.
I think it was do what you can with the landscape to alleviate the potential.
Mitigate, right?
Yeah.
Hmm. How about board suggest the applicant mitigate the potential for lantern effect?
That makes a lot more sense. Other than cognizant, that's just like, oh yeah, it's true.
I know about it.
Cognizant is such a cool word.
It is. It sounds good.
So mitigate the potential for lantern effect. Okay.
Like planning the landscape, okay. That the-
got that.
Okay. Someone want to make a motion to amend the minutes?
So moved.
A second by John, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
I wasn't there, so I'm.
one recusal, all of those in favor, we already did that. Okay. Item number 4, SBAR members informational briefings.
I need to leave at lunchtime.
I need to recuse from item 6.
And I have to recuse from item 7,
And I need to recuse from item 1.
item 1. And I need to leave by 3:45.
Oh, dream on.
Me too.
Okay, oh, and also I will not be here for the next meeting. So sorry. All right, staff update, item 5.
No updates from staff today.
Okay, consent agenda. Mr. Peugeot.
Yes, everybody behaved and everything was approved. It was C1, C2, and C3. Let's see, 750 Monte Drive in Goleta, 2715 Puesta del Sol in Mission Canyon, and 4099 Cerrito Lane in Goleta. Approval submitted, final approval submitted. So I make a motion for that.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, guys. All right, we'll now move on to our regular standard agenda, beginning with item number 1. The Miller additions, request of Kirk and Kathy Miller for final approval of additions located at 7305 Shepherd Mesa Road in Carpinteria. And last heard March 3rd of this year. Do we have the applicants here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Brian Banks, the agent for the owners. We also have Kirk Miller, owner, and Charlie Kelly here for landscape.
Okay, very good. So I'll go ahead and read through our comments from last time and then turn it over to you for a brief presentation or summation of your modifications or changes. All right, SBAR comments from March 3rd, overall improvement from prior submittal, study ways to better integrate foundation vents and understory with the rest of residents. Study window and door openings and towers to be consistent with simple style of architecture. Planning plan is generally appropriate. Consider adding vertical landscape elements and planter adjacent to pool. Consider stone cap on top of planter wall, resolve railing detail. Return with full design package. Board appreciates mission tile edge at eaves to improve S-tile look. Consider addition of wood trellis to protect from sun. So Brian, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I think so. We've got those all addressed, I think, pretty well. Probably the best page to start, Jonathan, would be page 10. Those are our renderings, and I think we can nail multiple of these comments with these renderings first, and then we can go back to the elevations and details.
Great.
So what we've done, we took your comments and thought about how to better integrate that lower under finished floor. And so what we did is we did a band in a darker color, you'll see there. And if you wanted to zoom in, and there's the second page too, actually, Jonathan, if you want to go to the second page, it's more focused on the north elevation in the rear. So a couple of things here. We did that band to differentiate and try to screen some of that lower story element. We did it right. We put that cut right at that foundation vents you see there in the bottom right photo to kind of integrate those. We also raised slightly the planter up, I think one course, which kind of helped to bury that understory. What else do we have here? The railing, we cleaned that up. We had a taller wall and a really mini railing, so we went the opposite way and just kind of eliminated the wall portion and just did a traditional full-size railing as it goes down from the deck to the pool. You'll see also on there on the tower element, we've added a wood kind of awning element there, and we have the detail for that takes up some of the meat. I think there was a bit of a concern about that, the space above the header of the window and to the tower eave. We've done that. Jonathan, if you can go back up one page to page 10. We can also see there at the tower, the entry tower, we've simplified that and went with just a square window there with the little iron detail. And then you'll see at the gable end where the Juliet balcony is lower right corner, we had that attic vent we were trying to mimic with the circular window. We went same thing, simplified that and just made that a square attic vent. And like I say, we have the details for those as well. We'll say, and Charlie's here, he can comment on the landscape species in the landscape plan. In our rendering, the architect didn't have a great palette of different types of plants, to represent what we're planting, but we did try to show that we do have different species there, and these are representative of kind of like the planted, installed, location and height. The two main plantings that Charlie will tell you about are 24-inch box. So the idea is to kind of get those in and immediately get some verticality there. So we can go probably now, if you want to go to the details, which are on page 23 of the PDF, then you can see what we've done with that now square window and an attic vent. So you'll see the detail 9, that's our attic vent. Again, it's just a vent, it's not a window, but to try to mimic the window in the tower that we're going for, we show that there. And then detail 3 is the revised, those are the tower windows. So again, just simplified and squared those up. Let's see, I'm looking at the comments. Yeah, I think those capture the main comments. Perhaps we can go down to landscape now, which is page 35 for the planting plan. And then you'll see there, and like I say, Charlie's here if you have any questions, but what we revised that to add a couple of different species there to mix those up to get that verticality there.
Let me just zoom into that plant list.
Yeah, Dracaena,
Yeah,
Draco, and the
So you're pretty
Orbe
much-
Dazzler. Go ahead, Charlie.
you're pretty much seeing a lineup of the architectural rendering. We just updated to respond to the comment using a dragon tree and a large cordyline grass palm. And then in the northeast corner, there's already on the plan an aloe tree. And they're all within the, size of kind of what we're looking for to create the verticality there.
Okay.
So that was just the only landscape revision.
All right, great. Thank you. Ooh,
Thank
Paul.
you.
Didn't see that very much.
And I think that's it for us, except, obviously, if you have any questions, we can direct it to the appropriate sheets.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, can you show us again the wainscot that you're doing to disguise the foundation vents? I didn't see them very well. What page would that be?
We can go, if you want to look at the color first, we can go to page 5, which is our color and material board. And then we can take you through on the elevation. The rendering kind of represents the color and the variation, but we can take you through on the elevations, and you can see where that band is going. So you'll see there our main body, and then the darker color is the bottom.
So you paint the band? Is that what you're doing?
Correct. Yeah, correct. Instead of doing like some relief or a stucco, raised thing, we're gonna just simply paint it right at those pretty much at the finished floor to capture those attic vents.
Where are the elevations of that? What page would that be?
We can go to those are on. We can start at 21.
I see. Okay, got it. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, public comment. If there's anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item, please step forward or raise your hand if you're online. Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was a question. The wood trellis. Did you add the trellis or you decided not to?
Since it's north facing, Alex, I think Kirk and Kathy were concerned about honestly having too much shade back there. We did add these wood elements you'll see there in the top elevation at the tower. Some of that for shading, but principally to kind of break up, take up that space there.
All right, thanks.
Great. All right, so bring it back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I think it has improved very nicely. Can you go to the other elevations? I think it's the page up, maybe. In the front, let's see. There we go. Yeah, I think it works a lot better than it used to. I have just one suggestion. If you go to page 23 on detail 3, I think it's a nice detail. 23, yeah. It takes a while. There you go. See the recessed door. I suggest that you put it. It would look very nice with a tile surrounding the door. In that recessed space, put like a 6-inch colorful tile that will really pop up the front door and will make with low cost, great impact detail. Just a suggestion. Anyway, those are my comments.
Okay,
Yeah, I was just talking about this, just to put some tile right there and right there around the door, like if you go,
Got it. Yeah, I got it. Exactly what you're talking
you
about.
need a 6-inch tile, so you may want to adjust that detail before you frame it.
Got it.
okay, Mr. Verdiak.
I think it's a great improvement, and I'm impressed with what a coat of paint will do.
Great. Ms. Grubb.
I think the plant palette, it looks good, and it looks nice incorporated into the renderings. I think I'm struggling a little bit more with the 2-tone paint on one plane, but if the architects are okay with it. Okay.
Well, we're hoping the landscape will.
By
Discuss
really
it.
big plan.
I was thinking that it was too dark, the bottom color.
No, I think it should be good to be dark. It's used. I mean, sometimes like a dark red maroon as a wainscot is used sometimes in schools because
Without any sort of relief.
Yeah, I've seen it in
And-
the old schools in the 20s.
Yeah.
Because kids touch the
I
walls.
think that's what it's reminding me of is a school with the, yeah, okay.
Mr. Richards.
I think I responded nicely to the comments and generally it's pretty good. I agree. I was gonna struggle with the 2 different colors. maybe once it's seen in real person, the colors will kind of work better than in renderings, which I know is often the case.
Yeah, they're a little severe in the rendering. Yeah. Okay, someone want to make a motion? We're here for final.
I'll be glad to do that. And motions to approve the project as submitted.
I'll second.
Okay, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thanks. Item number 2, Klinger Edition, request of Wade Davis Architects Incorporated, architect for Benjamin and Sarah Klinger for conceptual review of an addition of 1,523 square feet to the existing residence, a new pool of 20 by 50 located at 439 Lambert Road in Carpinteria, last heard July 22nd, 2022. We have our applicant here. Please state your name for the record. Okay. All right, we have just a few comments from last time. I'll read through those and then turn it over to you. SBAR comments from July 22nd, additions well integrated and balanced, provide full elevations, submit landscape plan. So if you want to, Kiko, walk us through briefly. What
Sure.
changed?
So the landscape architect unfortunately is not available today, so I'm going to do my best to walk you through and answer questions on his behalf. I wanted to just walk through briefly through the projects. There are a couple changes that we've made since the last time we were here, so I wanted to point those out first. If we start with the site plan, which would probably be, let's see, if we scroll down, sheet number 5, I believe. This is the site plan for the residents. The areas shaded in red are the proposed second story additions, which have not changed. The yellow shows the proposed first floor additions, which there is an extra space that was not shaded in yellow that I wanted to point out. It's the entry on the north side, kind of tucked in the corner of the courtyard. There's currently a covered patio or a covered entry porch there. Yeah, if we could zoom into that space right off the driveway, right above the word residence. That currently is a covered entry porch and we're proposing to enclose that. If we go to oh, sure, yes. Can you see that right here?
So that
So-
should be yellow.
That should be yellow,
Okay.
yeah, so apologies for missing that. But there is currently a covered porch there, we're just enclosing that with new, to create an actual entry as opposed to walking straight into the living room. If we scroll to the elevation sheet, last time we were here, we had partial elevations to show the proposed additions, and we have developed those to show the entire structure. Page 16 is good. So you'll see the existing elevations on the left-hand side and the proposed elevations on the right. On the bottom elevation, if we zoom in there, that will show the entry that we're proposing, so bottom right. And the entry is right here. So currently it is just a shed roof with stone columns as a covered entry porch. So we're proposing to create a the other change that we made is very minor. It's on the south elevation. If you scroll up on the upper floor here, right here, we are proposing a wood trellis outside of those doors on the deck off of that space there, just to provide some shade. That was not included in the first presentation. Other than that, nothing really has changed. I can walk through the materials, which I don't think that you have seen. I don't think we presented those last time, which are on the cover sheet. So page 1. And that'll be on the bottom section. If we zoom in, we are proposing to keep the existing wall color, and the existing roof tile color will be matched and replaced and added onto. The iron windows, I've got a photo showing the color. It's hard to tell on the screen, but it's basically a dark warm black with a slight patina. We are proposing to darken the existing rafters and exposed wood. That's currently a very light beige color, so we're wanting to give that a little bit more depth for more contrast. There are painted garage doors. We're proposing that to be a darkish sage green, which is looking blue on the screen, but it's more of a green shade. While we're on this page, the exterior lighting is shown on the left. So just a very simple light fixture that will be wall mounted with light directing downward. Let's see, if we go back, we can walk through the details, which you haven't seen as well. That should be, if we scroll down, I don't know what sheet it's on. Probably down in the teens. Keep going. Here we go, 20. So these are door and window details. Again, the majority of the doors and windows will be iron. We have a few wood doors scattered in there. These show the deeper reveals with the plaster walls. If we scroll to the next sheet, show more details of the eave details, which is a plaster cornice matching what's there currently. We've got the deck detail, railing detail, showing wrought iron railings and chimney cap. We'll scroll down, these are the iron door details here for custom iron doors and windows. And then if we jump to the landscape plans, I can walk you through that.
Looks like it was up there, 26.
26, yes. So if we zoom into the actual, the site plan. There's some images of the stone walls we're intending. When we were here last time, we did not have the landscape plan developed. The area up by the motor court is staying essentially the same here. This area is a required turnaround for fire truck access. So we're proposing a new wall in this location to get the fire truck an adequate space for the fire truck to turn around. The majority of the work is down in this area, as you can see, and along the side here. If you scroll up slightly so you can see the pool. There's currently an existing pool up on the upper terrace level. It takes up a lot of their usable space outside of the home. We're proposing the pool down slope. So we've created a pathway to get you down to the pool here, another pathway to get you down to the pool here. That allows for a larger gathering space, a lawn space, paved areas off the house for them to have more indoor-outdoor connection at the same level. It is a sloping lot. So what we've done is we've created a retaining wall here to create a pool deck that's about 12 feet in depth. And we've got the pool with a 3-sided infinity edge and a 0 edge where it meets the patio. The pool equipment will be located underneath the walkway to get to the pool in this location and a bunker down here. The proposed materials are Giallo Distria limestone for paving in all of these areas in an ashlar pattern. The stone for the walls here and the stone for the wall of the infinity edge basin would be sandstone to match the stone walls, which you can see in this area here. Height-wise, in order to make an efficient use of space and maximize the space here and maximize the space for the pool deck, this wall here will be about 7'6" in height. The bottom edge of the infinity basin varies in height because of the slope from about 2 feet above existing grade to about 5 feet above existing grade. That will also be clad with stone. Part of the reason for putting the pool in this location is to maintain their view from this area without being impacted. So when you're standing up on this level, you do have the view out without seeing the pool. We can scroll down to the planting plans. It's probably a few sheets. These are the landscape detailing for the walls, so then keeps rolling. Further down. I think it's further, we've got irrigation plans as well. If we will. Going. There we go. So here's the planting plan. I'm to be honest, I'm not very familiar with it, so I'm hoping that you guys can just look and I can try to answer questions. But the main gist of it is to keep native plantings, especially downslope, in this area here, and keep a very naturalistic feel throughout the entire property.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from the board?
I have one question. It just looks like the plantings kind of sparse down the slope. Is it because you're intending to retain existing planting that's there and just augment it?
Partially, we're also, are you talking about the area beyond the pool here or in this area?
Where
here?
there's, yeah, the individual symbols shown just seems like it's not a ton of planting for the amount of area, and I wasn't sure if you're integrating with. existing planting.
Got it. No, we will be replacing the planting. I think there's, the plantings that are there are not suitable for the site. They're high water use, so we will be
Okay.
replacing everything
Okay.
with lower plantings. There is a steep slope there. I would imagine in looking at this and in talking with the landscape architect that it would be more dense than what he's showing in terms of specific plants. So
Okay.
I'm wondering if he's showing those symbols as just a call out
Like
and
an
not
intent.
necessarily the actual quantity.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Other questions?
Yeah, I was interested too in what the plantings are below the infinity edge where
In this
that's,
area.
yeah,
here.
because that's probably pretty exposed to below.
Yeah, if we go
It's-
to the,
It's a few Raphiolepis, which is like a 4 foot, but just three of them.
the intent
Stages.
is to keep it very natural and to have it look kind of reinstate a more natural planting palette there and have it look very native and natural. Right now, there's a lot of, I think it's avocado trees and, so it's a different high water use area. So the intent is just to bring it back to the natural state.
Well, maybe when you come back, there can be more emphasis on some of the exposed retaining walls
Okay.
as far as planting.
Do you have a section through the north-south?
We do. So that would probably be on sheets, probably in 5 or 6. Yeah, sheet 7. So if we zoom into the top area there, so their site is large.
Yeah, we need
of
it,
course.
but.
And so,
Yeah, there it is.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
we need a bigger section, really. Okay, so
So
can you center in the page? Yeah. No, the other way. Yeah, okay,
yeah,
there we go.
This, yeah. So yeah, so this is the site coming up kind of behind the house here. The dashed line is the existing slope here. So we're carving in the pool deck, we're carving in the pool and working with that existing slope down the slope.
Okay, let me make a comment then. Next time, bring the section at the larger scale and farther down the hill a little bit
Okay.
more.
Okay.
Other questions? I had one, any trees to be removed? I know there was one where the fire truck goes. Do you know what kind of tree that is?
Let's see, can we go back to the landscape plan? Or maybe the site plan, which would be, sheets 5. I believe. And we can also look at the site photos and probably go. If we zoom in, right here. I mean, I think it's a citrus. Well, can we zoom in a little bit, see if there's a call out on that? So,
Okay.
yeah, I believe it's a citrus though.
Okay, yeah. Right, any other questions?
I also, it might be helpful, to look at the site photo, looking from south, so you can get an idea.
Actually,
of
while
the
while we're on
exposure.
this page, is this also, is this all gravel also, all the way around the lawn?
Gravel, no, that would be, a DG,
Oh, or DG?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is around here, around the lawn is all DG,
right?
okay?
And like we could go to the photo sheets, which are the first. Yeah, I think, let's see, go to sheet 2. Just to get another look at that south slope and see how hidden it is. So, let's see, if we scroll down. let's see. Sorry, it's on the top of the back page, so scroll back up. If we look at the first row of photos up a little further, this gives a looking back at the property. So this looks back up towards the property from Lambert. If you zoom in here. And you can see kind of the top of the structure here. That's really the only view of the property from that area. Where you can see, so the south slope is going. So just for context.
Okay, public comment, is there anyone that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I see no one. Back to the board for comments. Ms. Frosher?
I think the architecture looks fine, looks good. And yeah, I just feel like focus on the planting and the screening of the graded retaining walls that are gonna be in play now. I'm glad they're stone. That'll definitely help the way it reads. And I understand the intention to make it more naturalistic, but those are big walls. But yeah, the architecture looks great.
Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I appreciate it's a good presentation. And we've managed to integrate all of this together and make it seem like it belongs there. The one thing that I've noticed, these long windows, tall windows, seem out of context with the concept of the whole building. You know, they're in a way, you know, highly structured. And everything else is kind of random, amorphous and organic, so to speak. I think that where is it on the west elevation, where the windows, there's 3 windows there. And yeah, at that point, it seems odd, but looking at the floor plan, you've got a window on each side of the bed and one in the hallway there, and but it just seems like that kind of configuration, doesn't belong. I mean, that would be my feeling. And I think also are the lighting is that dark sky compliant?
Yeah, there's,
I think it's a very, it's much more complex than it was, and I think that it's very well done. I appreciate that. Or I appreciate.
thank you.
Mr. Peugeot?
Yeah, I agree with all of the comments. Yeah, it's a good catch of those windows over the garage. It's not the only part that is inconsistent with the rest. I personally like the large windows, the steel doors, and I think they work very nicely. And they are some but traditional as well. So I think it's nicely done. If you can replicate the existing details, because some of the windows are recessed more than a few inches, they're quite a bit, especially those big ones with the steel So if you can bring that, I think we'll be ready for preliminary final next time.
Okay, Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I like all the stuff that you've done with the house. In response to the landscape. I'm not sure that that big of a pool is appropriate for the space it's trying to be put there, and having a 7.5 foot high wall behind it. It's south facing with all the stone. I think potentially it might not be as inviting as it could be. If the pool is a little smaller, you could potentially step the wall. So, I mean, if you had like a little 2 foot wall along the back of the pool deck there. And so you didn't have a higher wall, and then it would allow you to plant it potentially. I mean, you say the pool is 20 feet wide by 50 feet. I mean,
That's actually incorrect.
Um,
That was an incorrect description on the plans. I believe the finished size is 16 by 42.
well, that's a little more. Anyhow, I would just evaluate that. That's the best way to use a space. And then, there on the, what is it, on the back side of the garage where you got the, I believe that's the garage. I just recommend that paving probably wants to be spur of the garage. I guess go to the,
Which
I think it's page number 26, the hardscape sheet. I would just square your ashlar pattern up to the house,
Oh.
not at an angle.
that might have been just a hatch.
Yeah.
error.
It would
I
look
think we
goofy
would,
if it was built that
we
way.
would definitely swear. Thank you for.
Okay, Ms. Grubb?
I agree with Robert's comments. I don't know. Yeah, knowing the pool's only 16 feet wide now, I guess if there's an option to narrow it up, I think part of it is that it's a infinity basin, so it's making it extra wide. But in general, I think the planting is too sparse, so just add some planting density for better screening. I don't think that the DG wrapping around the lawn is super functional, and it's also creating kind of a funny island for that lawn. And I'm wondering if on the south side, the pool side, if you could deepen the planting, the layer of planting, and potentially lay back the slope to avoid such a tall retaining wall behind the pool. Just maybe taking a study at that. And then potentially adding either vine pockets below the wall or just plantings to drape from above to soften it. And then you'll have to come up from the ground up on the infinity basin since water in the basin, but I think there's only like 3 really like screaming shrubs in front of the basin right now. And I think a more naturalistic but denser configuration down there, the plant palette seems acceptable. Okay. So, and I realize they're probably trying to preserve views. But if there's any potential locations for trees dotting that slope that don't inhibit the views, might be good just to anchor some of those larger elements.
Yeah, there are some larger trees tucked in the corner here
Oh, okay.
currently, so there is some significant screening, and there are some trees along this line as well that
Okay.
will be remaining, also providing significant. screening.
Okay.
Can we just slide down to the planting plan a little bit? I think I agree with all the comments that were mentioned. The one thing I was looking at too, and I think on the far side of the lawn, the south side, it is planting area.
Oh, is that right?
Because I saw,
Oh,
well, I saw a
yeah.
PA.
Yeah. that-
Oh, okay, maybe.
Yeah, so
sorry,
it is the DG on the house side, and it's
Yeah.
planting on the south side. So
Right.
Oh, okay.
And then, you know, it's, if it is indeed DG next to lawn, not a good idea. Especially if it's like curvilinear lawn, you're gonna have overspray and it's always gonna keep that DG wet and you're gonna start growing moss on it. It's gonna be unsightly. So I guess the comment would be consider a different material there. And then, but that's, I don't think I had anything else to add. I agree with all the previous comments. So we are here for conceptual and,
preliminary.
I'm sorry?
We're here for preliminary.
Maybe it's missing in those ones. I was wondering, because it seems like a final set,
Yeah.
but
Is it not agendized for them?
not on our
Oh.
members.
This is the.
Hi, can everyone hear me? This is Sean Archbold, the planner. This should be agendized for preliminary final, is it not?
Oh, this is my mistake. This is on preliminary final. The member agenda, however, says conceptual, but on the agenda distributed, it's preliminary final.
So I will make a motion with the comments noted to grant preliminary with final on consent to review the landscape plans further.
Second the motion.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So that's preliminary approval and final on consent with the comments regarding the landscape. Right?
And any of the architectural window comments. just-
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need more
All
details.
comments made, but.
Got it.
Okay,
And the sections, bring the sections.
And the sections, got it.
Junctions.
Great,
okay.
thank you very much.
Can I suggest one thing that we could add in there? The planting plan needs to have quantities on it. I think that's kind of,
Yes.
Got it.
there needs to be,
Yeah.
needs to be a finalized.
It looks like it didn't quite get finished. Maybe. All right, so all those in favor? Right,
Hi.
opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's try and step it up here a little bit. Item number 3, 4135 Lago LLC Residential Addition Accessory Structures requested Kurt Magnus, agent for Joanna Sheffen, for further conceptual review and preliminary approval of an addition of 1,000 square feet, new garage, and both are in the require a setback modification to reduce the 75-foot required front yard setback and the 25-foot required side yard setback. This is located 4165 Lago Drive in Hope Ranch, last heard January 20th of this year. And we do have a planner memo, which states that staff requests that the board only comment on elements of the project that are included as part of the modification. Additions to the existing single-family residence, garage, covered patio. Planning staff asked that the board comment on whether they feel the project is consistent with the purpose and intent of the policies below, which I will not read at this time, but they're up on the screen. So, sir, your name for the record?
Hi, I'm Kurt Magnus, architect.
Hi, Kurt, welcome back. We'll go ahead and read through our comments from last time and then turn it over to you for a brief presentation on the changes. A, provide clear site plans and elevations clearly showing existing versus proposed. B, modification is minor in nature and acceptable. C, additions are logical extensions of the existing house. D, clarify the finish on the fence and then provide a conceptual landscape plan. So if you can walk us through what changes you've made within 7 or 8 minutes, that'd be great.
Okay, great. So, yeah, before we didn't have that comment or letter from the planner saying that we're just here for the modification, I guess, and not, so because we kind of got sidetracked on the ADU and what was going on in the back. So anyway, so there's a 75-foot setback along Lago Drive, or excuse me, Comita Main. And the house right now, can you zoom in a little bit? Yeah, so. And I got these photos. I don't know, for some reason, planner doesn't, it's a separate file, it doesn't get put on this stuff. Anyway, this might be. Yeah, so anyway, there's the. So there's this existing auto turnaround, there's the Mina Melio. There's a redwood tree here, a redwood tree here. This wing is of the existing house here. Doesn't have a hallway to get to these back bedrooms, so we're proposing to add a hallway basically on, which is in the setback, so it's part of that modification. And then this was the original garage and turned into a family room at some point, but so anyway, that's there, and then there's a little laundry room there. And then this was an outdoor kind of breezeway through here, so. We're proposing to, build out this into right now it's an outdoor covered space, so we're gonna add, make it indoor. This becomes the kitchen and family area and this laundry room business. So there's a gate here now that we're proposing to move over a little bit. There's a garage here. This is, barn where the ADU goes, no change to the exterior. So, I guess go to there's a rendering, maybe, landscape. There is landscape plan and rendering there. It's a landscape plan. So if you can see from the photographs, this is just barren wood chips and the redwood tree. And so we're planning on, there's an existing split rail fence here and here. So we're going to do a continuation of the split rail fence where there's a fence back here, which you can see in the photographs, which is an oddball color, but we're going to change the color and put a screening of the piscor and silver along here. And just simple lavender and lumbago, and maybe we're adding a tree over this area. So if you go to the rendering, that's kind of looks like this is the right now. So you won't be able to see the cars in the auto terminal. This is existing now, but we're raising the plate. This along this side is we're putting the new hall. The driveway now is asphalt. And we're gonna put in gravel with a sandstone curb. This redwood tree in here is there's two of them kind of together, and one of them is dead and down. So the neighbors want it removed because they're afraid it's going to land on them. We have an arborist report saying that you could remove the dead part and try to save this part. So that's it.
That's it. Okay. Questions from the board?
Yes, just out of curiosity, do you still need that circular driveway? I mean, you're moving the parking someplace else, right? I mean, why do you, I just wonder.
The owner, one of the reasons they bought the property, and it does function that we're trying to address the screening by screening it, so we'd like to keep that.
Any other questions? Can I just get some clarification again? If we can go back to the site plan, that first plan we were looking at. I just want to make sure I understand what's existing and proposed.
And
Again. So what you're saying is you're going like right in this area, you're doing an infill.
yes, from the photographs, you can see it's
It's kind of like recessed, so there's a
Is it like a breezeway?
the house originally, it's kind of a funny design. Originally, you drove through here, came around and turned into the garage here and entered the house this way. So over time, that doesn't really function well. It's kind of a cool image maybe from the architect. So the cars stay parked out here and losing money.
Okay, got it. And then, so what's this dark space right here? Is that?
I'm sorry,
new?
so we're adding,
Oh, that's a new gate.
yeah, we're pushing the gate, the existing gate over and adding some asphalt or gravel. So this will all be gray gravel with a sandstone curb. Right now it's asphalt.
Okay, and so,
And-
and then new garage.
A new garage there, yeah, we've been coming in here. one of the she wants the garage is out here and she wants to be able to come in and go into her house directly from the garage instead of having to schlep.
Okay, and then in the photographs, this fence appears to be right on the edge of the driveway.
Right, so we're gonna cut the driveway back enough to get like a 3-foot planter in front of it. Right now, it's about an 18-inch planter.
Okay.
So we're narrowing up the amount of asphalt or the driveway.
Okay,
Mhm.
and then in this photo here, on the end of the house here, there's sort of a shed roof.
Yes, right. So that's going away and the roof, look at that. Rendering or elevation is continuous.
So it continues out to where the edge of that roof is currently.
Yeah, right. So it's I think it's a 10-foot plate height.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, thank you. Any other questions?
What's the paving over to the existing garage, the detached building?
This,
Yeah.
that's all DG.
DG.
Huge.
Yeah, it is. Well, the previous owner had a airstream in here, so we need a big turn.
Okay,
Yeah, another question. Has Hope Ranch seen this?
Yeah, Hope Ranch has seen it and has approved of it. We met with the neighbors on the street and initially they had some concerns, but we were able to work things out. And we moved this back a little bit as much as we could.
and the pool is new, it looks like too.
The pool is new and
And
the
the cabana.
cabana is new. Right now, it's just DG.
So do we have an existing site plan?
I believe so. Scroll down maybe.
Were we on a sheet 1 before or 2? So that's 1, that's what's 2. So we don't, that's one of the things we always need and what we asked for last time.
I thought we.
Or
it's been an error.
Yeah, provide clear site plans and elevations clearly showing existing versus proposed. Do we have existing elevations?
Yes. That's proposed. Proposed. That's the cabana. So I guess go up. Go a little bit. That's proposed. Okay, that's existing, so, right. So this is the the street side, there's that shed. Lower shed roof and there's this breezeway through here. And then if you want to scroll up to the proposed, keep going up. Keep going up. One more sheet. Yeah, okay, so this is a higher elevation, this is that elevation. And so that shed, that little shed thing comes out and there's the garage. But all this in front of this has that fence.
So then I guess the question might be, what is the purpose of the fence?
The
So
fence is
what's-
there.
Right,
She got little dogs.
okay, so it's to
So, yeah,
tame, because it's odd.
so where is the front door in this place? Is it?
The actual
Can you point it out?
front door is, if you go back to this. maybe
No,
the side-
you
Is
wouldn't
it
see,
here?
it's not that one?
well, that's the side door, but it is a main entrance for
The front door is not in the front. Is that right?
the front door. Where? I guess, well, the front door is right here, but if you go to the site plan. And zoom in.
So right here.
Yeah, the front door is right here. So you come to we're proposing this walkway around.
Hmm.
Originally, the front door was here and,
Yeah.
and you drove through the carport or the breezeway.
Let's go back to the previous elevation. So those high windows, is that like a bathroom or bedrooms? Or it's a strange thing to show to the street. There. No, no. Here you go.
These
Yeah,
windows.
because that's the front, right? Like.
Yes.
So it's a strange front elevation. Anyway, that's a comment. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're, did I call for public comment yet? Okay, anyone from the public would like to speak on this, please raise your hand. Okay, comments, Mr. Pujo.
Strange windows.
I have a hard time understanding this project. How I understand that things happen and they were built, and now the owner would like to legalize this and move on. It just doesn't seem logical, the whole setup. If you look at the site plan, I mean, like, if you go back to the site plan, right? Yeah, I just don't understand that driveway. I mean, like, it just seems like a place to drop off visitors, and it seems large enough to park in there. And then you have this other big thing in the back. It doesn't seem well designed, and I'm sorry, I don't want to be blunt, but it just seems like something is not working well in this layout. I guess you go through. It seems like this would be the front door. I don't know. It seems like you're dropping off people, and then they will come through here, I guess. But then you have this other leg. And then you're telling me that this is the front door. I mean, I don't quite get this design. I'm sorry.
We go to the floor plan. Because this property has two fronts, basically two street frontages. And I'm assuming that Lago Drive, it's looking out across the lagoon, right?
Yes,
So it's got a beautiful view looking to the north. And
Yes.
is that where the living room is?
there, the living room
Yeah.
is there, the existing living room.
Yeah.
What's the room in the middle there where the back front
That's
door
like a
is?
family room.
Hmm.
So, I mean, it's very public here, by the way. People
Yeah.
driving by a lot will see right through the house, and same thing with me and Manuel. So the original, yeah, it looks out onto views over the lake and stuff out. Living room. But this is she wanted more of a private area for the kitchen. Direct access to the garage. And creating this family room, he spent a lot of time here too. So, but there is the Lago Drive address is more valuable than the Nina Malio address. And so the reason, and it has a Lago Drive address, she was concerned that if we made this into the main entry, then they would
Make her change her address?
make her change their address.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's,
Okay, let's keep moving. Val?
there are reasons for this crazy.
Yeah, no, and well,
And I'm confused on what your role is. As far as, are you just gonna, the modification, or are you looking at the architecture, or what?
Well, it
Because
brings up the-
you wouldn't be looking at the architecture normally, unless we were going for the mod, right? I mean, not the,
Do we have a planner here? I don't think so, because it is a little confusing, because the planner memo said just focus on the mod,
yeah.
but why is that?
Yeah, we look at anything in her grant,
Yeah,
modern.
I think the 1 story out of the coastal,
yeah, but
Doesn't
that's,
all.
it's flat lot,
no. Okay.
all right.
um, Okay. Yes, I mean,
What's in mod 4?
Be
Like you
encroachment
should-
into the front.
Yeah, but usually they are painted in black, the ones that, because some of that is existing, right?
Yes,
I think we need a drawing that shows exactly, I think
Yeah.
we need.
it's on the
existing-
site plan. It
If you
shows-
go to the first page.
Yeah, we need a
there-
site plan that is existing, like a survey or
Yeah,
something to
I'm-
that. And then, hold on. And then we need what's proposed, not what's being proposed on top of what's existing. That always gets confusing.
Right.
And that's why we had to ask the questions. Oh, that's new. Oh, that's new. Whereas
Yes.
we can just glance at it and go, this is all existing. This is all new. It makes it so much easier.
And then shaded, this is, we need a mod for this.
Pull up the first page, because
Yeah, go to
he
the
has it
site.
identified on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
I-
line that goes through his house.
First off, I apologize. I did have a existing site plan. I swear to God, but I didn't, it somehow didn't get into the email.
That is not true, that we are not asking for a mod for everything below that line, because most of it is existing, right?
Yeah, the planner could clarify that a little bit more, but I guess because it's existing non-conforming, it still has to be
Wait,
taken into
it's,
account.
oh,
And by the way, this is a minor mod, so that it's less than 20% something, less 20% of the floor area.
It looked like it.
it looks like more than that.
Well, the existing is. Where's the plan?
It's just that little section of the breezeway, right? That's,
Yeah.
Major
and
change
and
to the
hall
building.
That you put in on the front of the left-hand wing.
So I think that plan should have it like in black, just like you showed the new, that driveway
yeah.
in black, or they should show, this is what the mod is for, because. Maybe,
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just jump in here. So I don't see the planner on the hearing, but I can just speak to kind of the distinction between the mod and all the different development that's proposed. So the project is here for the modification request. So any changes that are being proposed to the site that are within this front setback area, that's what the BAR is looking at. So in this
Why?
case, I'm sorry, what's that?
Why is that? Because you also, I'm just noticing now, there a proposed addition at the other wing, and then, the proposed cabana. So were we not reviewing the cabana or the other additions, only the additions within the right of way or within the setback?
That is my understanding as well. I'd have to look at this case a little bit closer, but this project would not otherwise be subject to BAR review. So I believe since it's not Hillside Ridgeline, it would not generally be sent to BAR for the other additions. It's the modification itself that's the trigger for BAR's review.
Hence the planner memo. But
Right.
we're still a little confused, I think.
So-
So let's just get through some comments and have them come back when we have more information and we have an existing plan and everything's more clear. So let's continue with comments then and try and focus on the modification areas. So with, I guess, Joe, with the driveway or, any of that, the landscaping, do we comment on that as well?
So the board's purview really is going to be any development that's associated with the modification. So if there are no changes proposed to the existing driveway, the board can make comments on that as it relates to the modification.
Okay. Val?
Yeah, this is a challenge because there's so much paving, but yet it's still not a real logical guest parking situation. But I think the screening ideas of the hedges are okay. I would defer to the landscape architects for that. I do think the modification's minor in nature, and in a way, it's the landscape that's gonna hide what's so odd about this, that you're entering off of Camino Medio into what looks like the back of the house. and then you have to find your way to the front door. Maybe that entrance to the real front door has to really be developed better. And that is all in the setback. I guess that's.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
You know. Did we just see a rendering
Yeah, last
Okay.
page.
of the view? It wasn't in the presentation there.
Last
The-
page.
Last page has.
You know, was there a rendering there? I guess the, you know, hiding that fence is part of the scheme in the.
Yes.
in the landscaping sense.
Yes.
Yeah, the fences, yeah, there we go, here. Can you enlarge that, Jonathan? Or it is? Well, you know, from this view, it looks good. Which is, what you had in mind.
Yeah, that is, she really wants to keep that right turn.
Okay, let's keep going with comments. Ms. Grubb?
I'm sticking with the area where there's the modification happening. I think that the gate and side door sequence, because even though the side door is being called the side door, I think it'll be more functional than the front door. I think that sequence is too close together. And so I'm wondering if there's or I guess my comment is study the configuration of that fence to see if maybe you can return it to the house instead of creating a gate right in front of the door. Because there's not very much space, especially if you're adding the hedging in there. It's just a very small
What are you talking about?
space. The side door that looks like a front door from
Here.
Camino Medio.
That gate right there.
Yeah, it's very close to the functional entry door. And so with layering in the hedging, the fence, the gate and that door, it's just
Too tight.
too tight, I think. Yeah. And I think there is a possibility to return that fence back to the house and create a fenced in yard and have a better presentation from that driveway turnaround to that door, which even though we're not calling it the front door, I think functionally it will be presented as that. So.
Okay, Mr. Richards?
I think the changes to the building that are within the setback are fine and should be. Let the modification move forward. And the landscape to me seems. To be what it wants to be, except for I'm just concerned that having a hedge right on that. Redwood tree might kind of be conflicting. I almost think you eliminate that hedge and. If you're gonna have the hedge, have it just wrap around the back side of that driveway. It just seems like you're trying to cram a lot into potentially a space where the redwood tree is probably taking over most of it, and trying to fit a fence and maybe there's more compatible planting with that, but if the owner wants to hedge that off, then I guess that's their prerogative to try and do it. I don't know how you would really improve the idea of having access to the front door with where the driveway is configured without putting in a new driveway on the other side of the house. So I think it's just kind of like an existing problem. It's trying to work with the best of what they got. I think the materials and the planting is supportable. If it was me, I'd eliminate that hedge, maybe choose something a little bit lower.
The hedge along the
Yeah,
front edge here?
go to the
There's
the
the
last
landscape
page,
and rendering the last two pages.
Okay, so I'll jump into my comments too. I mean, obviously, there's a bit of confusion on some things, so we need to have you return with a full, existing site plan, shading of exactly what we're to be reviewing. But in addition to that, I mean, if anything, to me, this hedge helps a little bit. What I would recommend is hiring a landscape architect to deal with this area here, or at least consulting with, or, the landscape professional, because the hedge on hedge thing and so close to the house and this fence is worthless. You have so much fenced area in the back. I don't know if unless this is specifically for a dog run, it's just all very strange and odd. So, let's see, we're here for further conceptual and preliminary, and I think we need another visit. And so go ahead. I mean, sorry, real quick. I know this house, very visible, this house, it's very prominent. So, and it's very unsuccessful currently. And I don't think this
Yeah.
is doing it a whole lot better.
It looks like a Cliff Main sort of concept. And they've changed it and to the detriment of the concept of doing it. Not being able to drive through there, changes the whole setup, the whole planning concept of. And that now we're trying to rectify.
I just want to say just one, if the driveway is to remain, and I think it's a bad idea, at least it could be modified a little bit. And if you go to the site plan, it doesn't have to be, it just seems like a place to park cars in the front, why does it have to be, can it just be like a 12-foot driveway that wraps around? It just seems like in the same thing. Just seems like this portion, right? I mean, it could be shaved a little bit,
I think you said it is shaved already. So it's even bigger currently, I guess.
Anyway, so I think we should come back with better drawings of existing and proposed and what needs modification, and some rethinking of the driveway and the landscape. That's what I think.
Okay. Great. Any other last minute comments? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Moving on then to item number 4. That's 4395 via Esperanza Trust accessory structures, request of Cass. Yeah. Request of Cass Seefeld, architect for the owner, 4395 via Esperanza Trust for conceptual review of a conversion of the existing garage office into a pool cabana, a new workshop with attached bathroom, etc., pool, retaining walls, etc. 3-acre parcel located at 4395 via Esperanza and Hope Ranch. Do we have the applicant here? Please step forward or state your name for the record.
Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the board. You have Kaz Seefeld here, architect Scott Menzel, landscape architect is with me, and I believe Haley with SEPS is also on this.
Great. Okay. So just tell Jonathan what page you want to be on and try and keep it under 10 minutes, please. I'm going to set a timer.
Great. I was just wondering, Jonathan, is there any way we can get a Google view for a little context? Because this is the first time the board has seen this project.
Yes, give me 1 second.
There's
Thank
a
you.
phone number in there, right there.
4395 via Esperanza. Perfect.
Actually, do have a photo mapper print out of the layout.
So the red parcel highlighted there is 4395 Via Esperanza. We're at the corner of Via Esperanza and Via Tranquilla, and the owners actually have the title to all 3 parcels on that corner. So the one to the north and the one to the northwest. Exactly. So a big part of this project is the merger of the northwest parcel and the one that's highlighted in the red. So we're doing a voluntary lot merger that has been submitted to the county. And if you have any questions about that, I think Haley could address it at the end of my presentation. But I just wanted to highlight that at the start. So the proposed project is essentially a remodel of a detached accessory building and a new garage, a detached garage, 2-car garage with an ADU above. And Jonathan, if you wouldn't mind going to perhaps the site photos real quick, we can just walk through. This is the existing entry. You can see how the driveway goes up to the main residence and it peels off to the left there, and right across from that driveway is the proposed ADU location. This is the existing home on the left, the detached accessory building on the right. Here's the accessory building we will be remodeling or proposing to remodel. One view of it is a view of the west side of that accessory building, the tool shed. This is the existing kind of flat terrace area on the ridge where the pool is proposed to go. Another view of that same area. And then the last two photos are the proposed location of the garage and ADU. And you can see the grade change here from the flat area down. And we're going to try and take advantage of that grade change by having the garage be partially kind of buried into grade, and the ADU above will be at the pool terrace level. This is looking south down the slope of the parcel towards Via Tranquilla, which you can't see. There's a lot of oak trees and heavy coverage. So maybe the drawings. Great. Let's start with the survey here. Zoom out. So the detached structure, well, I guess we start from the top of the page is north going down. It's kind of the entry. There's a driveway that goes through what we'll call parcel B up to parcel A, and parcel C, we're merging those two. Pink outline is the detached structure, accessory structure that we just looked at in the site photos that we'll be remodeling. That big rectangle is that existing kind of relatively flat area where the pool will go. And then you'll see that red kind of concentric circles with almost like the cardinal points on it. That's an existing fountain that you saw in the photos down where the ADU will be going. So next page, please, is our proposed site plan. Kind of shows the dark areas are the ADU on the top, the pool terrace, and what we're calling the pool cabana, which is the remodeled part of that detached accessory building. We are proposing the removal of 2 oak trees, a birch tree and a jacaranda tree. Duke McPherson is our consulting arborist. We are getting close to a Monterey cypress, so we've met out on site twice, and Scott Menzel can address any questions that Duke's brought up for the mitigation purposes. And kind of the next pages, we've had Civil look at this too for the garage and the pool. We have 400 cubic yards of cut and 250 cubic yards of fill. These are site sections through starting at the top, the garage and ADU above, then site section through the pool showing the ADU at the pool terrace level, and then a longitudinal site section that goes through our workshop and cabana pool. Existing plan on the left.
Kaz, sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna push you a little faster because it's, appears pretty minor and straightforward.
Great. I mean, yeah, these are the plans proposed, and keep going. They have the elevations. The existing is on the bottom, proposed is on the top. This is the detached remodeled area. So I think there's 2 pages for that building. Again, existing on the bottom, proposed on the top. And then the garage ADU elevations will be the next page.
And this is the all new structure, yeah?
That's the all new structure, garage on the bottom. So you're going to drive down into the garage, and then puts the ADU at the pool terrace above.
What's the height of that retaining wall on the number 4?
Number 4. Oh, that is on the driveway side. I think it's about, right there.
It slopes from 6 inches to 8.5 at its very peak, right up against the building.
8.5 feet.
Yeah. It's not visible from anywhere though. It's kind of interior to the property, which we can see on the site plan. I can point out that wall.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, keep moving.
Building sections kind of demonstrating our height limits and meeting those. Civil plan here with preliminary grading. And then Scott Menzel's.
What are the retaining wall heights looking like for the pool? It looks pretty minimal.
Yeah. Next page is landscape.
So Kaz did mention we're removing a few trees, 2 of which our project arborist Duke McPherson has requested mitigation for. So he is requesting 4 new 36-inch box oaks, which are not yet indicated on this conceptual landscape plan, but we will be including 4 new oak trees for the removal of an 18-inch oak and a 6-inch oak. Around the pool deck, we're proposing a gray limestone paving. On the left-hand side or west side of the pool, there's a retaining wall. It varies in height from 5 to 6 feet at the most. And down slope of that retaining wall is all pretty dense oak woodland. So there's not a strong concern about the visibility of that wall. But landscaping impact on this project's pretty minor. New landscaping is just tight to the new development area. We're going to leave the oak woodland natural to the west and a little bit of landscaping between the pool and the existing driveway.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from the board?
I have a question. Where is the 18-inch oak coming out?
That was shown on the first site plan.
Yeah, it's kind of right in the center of the proposed garage ADU. Is it shown on your plan right there?
Yes.
I think if you zoom in on the plan that you're on right now, on Scott's plan, it's shown as well.
Top or bottom of the page?
Is it by itself
Top.
or is it
Top.
part of the oak woodland?
It's by itself, kind of near that fountain. It's in the site photos. I think on page 4 too of the site photos, you can see it.
Wait, let's not go there yet. Let's find them here first.
Okay.
So where is it?
It's near the top middle of the ADU floor plan.
So if you zoom in a little bit more, there's a little X there, I believe.
Yep.
Right, kind of in the middle of that structure that you're focused on right now. You guys see it? Existing, there you go, right there, where your mouse is.
Okay.
Okay.
And the second one?
The second one is off the bottom right corner of the ADU.
Of your view right now, you can see a circle in the green planting. It says 6-inch oak to be removed. Yep, right there.
Okay, other questions?
Where are you gonna put the mitigation oaks?
More than likely, in that fountain area, just to the north. And also down to the west is an opportunity there. There's a little bit of gap kind of below. You could see I've shown some oak woodland canopy, and then the canopy sort of ends and there's a random Canary Island date palm and a pine. That might be an opportunity for those trees. There's no shortage of property for us to plant those 4 oaks.
Any other questions? Okay, public comment. Anyone from the public would like to speak on this? Please step forward. You'll have, did you fill out a speaker slip by
Oh,
chance?
no, I didn't.
That's okay. You can do it after, but
Okay.
go ahead and step up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead and that's fine.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth
Sorry,
English.
hold on.
Oh, okay.
You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth English. I live next door at 940 Via Tranquila. Some of my property is downhill from the proposed new pool with all the hardscaping. So I just wanted to kind of make note that I'm hoping they're going to mitigate any kind of runoff, because right now it looks like it's all gravel. I don't have any drainage issues, but they're obviously putting a lot of stone and surround around the deck, the pool decking area.
Is this where you are?
I'm to the what would it be? Sorry, I'm losing track of directions.
Up, down,
Like,
or-
I'm where the existing 80 garage unit is. I'm to the what would that be? The west of that, east.
Is
east
that up
of
on this page?
Oh, pointer there. I'm,
There you go.
oh,
What, where?
I think I'm over here. And like, this is my property line and this is like,
Okay.
down by my
Got it.
service drive. So right here, right now, it's all just sort of, grass, dirt, whatever. Yeah, this is my lot right here.
Hmm.
So my driveway runs along this area and comes out. There's 2 entrances. There's a service entrance and another one right here.
Okay.
But like I said, I just was concerned and wanted to make note of the fact that there's, it's a lot of stone going in, and just to make sure they mitigate the drainage issues. I don't think I would see any of the retaining walls or anything like that. And with the second story, I'm glad to hear that second story unit is kind of
ground level actually by using the slope, because we are all one story on the ridge, so. I was happy to hear that news. But yeah, that would be my only concern, I think, with this project is just like I said, just being downslope from a lot of new construction. And also the potential for the destabilization of the ridge with the amount of digging that they're doing for the pool and for the ADU. But the ADU part is so far away from me. I don't think it's too much of an issue.
Okay.
The pool area is
So we would
really
then
more
just-
concern.
Okay, we just encourage you then to either call the architect or have them, you guys work together to.
Yeah,
discuss those
I
issues.
only heard about this through notice. I'm a little bummed. I've already lived through I'm sorry, a year and 4 months of construction on the main house. And to find out now we're looking at, I'm guessing at least another year probably. It's definitely disappointing. I wish they'd been able to do these projects concurrently because I've really lost use of my pool area for the last year because their home is, about 50 feet away from where my pool is. So
Okay.
I didn't know you could build so much with a jackhammer.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, comments from the board? Mr. Richards.
Well, the architectural design of the buildings to me, I think are appropriate. I mean, they kind of remind me of like old Cool Branch style, something like that. And I think the layout of the pool and the landscape, plant list and everything is acceptable and supportable. I don't really have any other than positivity to about the project.
Ms. Grubb?
I feel the same as Robert. Yeah, I think I agree. I like the architectural style is remaining. And the planting concept and landscape concept seems acceptable and appropriate.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot? Okay, Mr. Verdiak?
It's pretty straightforward. Not a problem, and the architecture's fine.
Val?
I feel the same way.
Okay. Very good. I don't really have anything to add. So we are here for conceptual. If, what's the thought on coming back? Full board, prelim and final? Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you all.
Okay, as previously stated, item 5 will not be heard today, which brings us to item number 6, the Goel new single-family dwelling. Ms. Grubb needs to step down. Request of Michael Holiday, agent for the owner, Rahat Goel, for conceptual review of a new residence of 7,200 square feet, 800 square foot garage and new pool on a vacant parcel at 630 Sema Vista Lane in Toro Canyon. And we have the crew here. Please state your names for the record.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Michael Holiday. We're the architects with DMHA for this project. Also with me today is Morris Willen, the project manager on this job, and Sasha Shebelin, the landscape architect with Arcadia Studios. So really excited to be before the board today. You guys may remember this project. It came, not this project, but another project on this site. I came before you about a year and a half ago. We've pretty much done the exact opposite of what was done previously that you guys had a lot of objection to. So hopefully this makes some sense. 630 Sema Vista Lane. We'll walk you through. We got a number of 33 drawings in here, so we'll try to cover it really quickly. Yeah, Alex has given me the signal, make it short and sweet. So that rendering pretty much says it all. If you guys just want to give us conceptual and we're ready to move forward. Not quite that fast. Just anyway, we'll go through these. You can just scroll down to the site photos real quick. Kind of we'll try to run through these.
Back off slightly on the microphone.
Yeah, you can see the site photos. This is the last development up in Sema Vista Lane. So there's 4 houses up there. It's really invisible from public streets, but and even from the neighbors. But this is the last site at the top of the hill. We can come back to these if you've got any questions. Next slide. These show the context, the little yellow dot, and we'll zoom in on these. We did quite a bit of analysis to show where the project was in context with the neighbors. A lot of very large estates in the area. Next slide.
Is this the one that used to be like one parcel, like 25-acre hilltop, had the trains running all over it?
Yeah,
okay.
You'll see here in a minute. We put together some photo montages of existing conditions and proposed. We really followed the good neighbor policy. We've met with all of the neighbors in the area, all 3. They've all expressed unanimous support for the project, and during public comment, I think one of the neighbors is here to read into the record. But this just shows the context. Fortunately, we're surrounded by oak trees and very remote areas. So the neighbors have been very supportive. Next slide. We went up above. This is from the Pacifica Graduate Institute. Virtually, you can't see the project. It's buried by trees, but we just wanted to show every neighbor that we've modeled it accurately to show what the impacts would be. Next slide. The height, we are following the same height requirement that all of the other three residences in the neighborhood have fallen under. So we're under the our roof slope is over 4 and 12. So we're following underneath the height requirement on the site. It's a very unusual site, as you might notice. That really odd shaped drawing there in the middle is our 5-acre site. And I'll show you when we get the site plan. Our development envelope is very constrained, so we had to be kind of really creative on how we made this work. Next slide, please. One of the things we did was an analysis on all the adjacent residences. This is the house right next door, the one most impacted by the project, and these guys have been very, very supportive of the project, but considerably higher than our house. We did an analysis of all the homes in the area just to see what the SBAR's precedent has been for the other homes in the area. Next slide. This shows the house right next door. Again, taller than ours and a little bit larger, but we're comparable with the size, and our FAR is 71%. So we're within the FAR threshold, well within the FAR threshold. Next slide, please. These are some of the architectural imagery. We can go through these pretty quick. Kind of George Washington Smith, real fashion is the direction for the architecture. And this motor court down in the lower right is the only way we could make this project work. So we'll talk about that in a minute. Next slide. Exterior pools and decks. I'll let Sasha cover this. Next slide, please. And just interiors next. Yeah, next. Yeah, that was pretty great. Yeah, here's the site plan. You can zoom in on this a little bit because it helps you guys understand probably the drawing on the the left-hand side. Very constrained development envelope and building envelope. So although we got a large site, it was a really tight problem to solve to try to get a comparable house up there. And we'll show you how we've done that. Let's go to the next slide, please.
The right side also, can show us, I mean, where's the driveway? Where's Toro Canyon? This is gonna hold it bearings. So the driveway comes right up this is all private. So this whole area here is Sima Vista Lane. This is their driveway that kind of meanders back and forth over the property line. Our client's property line is this odd shaped piece here. And then the reason we work so closely with this neighbor is that we're on his property until we get to our property. And so that we really collaborated here on trying to work this driveway out in sort of the most aesthetically pleasing way. And the development envelope is this little piece right up here on the very top. It's the only place we develop on the whole site. Okay, thanks. Next slide, please. We've got some site sections that we can show you. Go to the next slide. Got a lot of information. Here's the site plan. This is sort of the really delicate balance here, trying to get fire department access. We've already got a stamp of approval from Carpinteria Fire. Getting our pathway up through this little area. We're avoiding all the oaks that we can. And the only way we were able to actually get our fire truck turnaround in this area is by doing a motor court, which ended up becoming sort of the genesis for the G.W. Smith inspired architecture. So the whole building wraps around there. These are kind of losing my pointer here on the south side. This is the living area that opens out. I'll let Sasha kind of talk about the exterior, pool area and so forth. The other thing, we've got an 800 square foot garage and an ADU built into the project right back up here. So, and we meet the development envelope to the T, just sort of fitting this right in within the building envelope and still getting a house that's comparably sized for this neighborhood. Next slide. Site analysis, again, looked at the way we've laid it out. Next slide. Details. We can come back to any of this that you guys have a question on.
This, we'll go to the next slide. The landscape plan really starts, I'm not gonna talk too much about this because Sasha will, but we've really crafted this driveway to fit within, to kind of weave within the oak trees and to create this accommodate the fire truck turnaround requirements. And then, you know, the house sort of just fits within the building and development envelope. Which I'll let her present more of the hardscape, softscape, landscape. Next. Did a series of analysis. Like I said, this goes back to FARs and hydrozones. She'll cover this. Next slide. Same. We'll come back to this. And get into the architecture here. Next slide, please. Here's the floor plan for the first floor. And you can see we're just kind of got everything to fit within. There's our motor court. Here's our 3-car garage, kind of wrap this C-shape building around the motor court area, living areas on the south to the south sun and the views, bedrooms on the side, which has some great views back over to the west. This is a little ADU with a caretaker's facility here for his parents. Next slide, please. This is the second floor, kind of has an open loggia that opens down and looks over the motor court here, like a 1.5-story volume over the living areas. And then this is a second floor areas with some master suite, little Juliet balcony here, focusing over. We did open up this little glass element here because that's right where that oak tree is that we're trying to focus. So right when you come through, you'll get a beautiful view of this oak. Daytime and nighttime. And then this little deck element on the second floor is over the ADU. So we kind of stepped the massing down to the ground. Next. Roof plan, pretty simple and clean. Tried to keep, he really loves G.W. Smith lines and architecture. So we tried to really take the cues from what George may have done back in the day. Next slide. Here's the architecture. We've laid these out in Revit, so we've got this thing fully modeled in 3D, but you can zoom in on the upper drawing there just to give a sense for the sort of materiality, color, feel. This is for concept, but we've really figured the entire building out. So this is the master suite upstairs here, and then down below another suite. This is the living areas with a steel trellis element that's going to be across kind of shading that south side, and then just kept the building architecture really simple and straightforward. Steel trowel, integral plaster finish, and you know, really nice 2-piece clay tile roof. Next. Yeah, we can go. We're just going to walk around the building to show you all 4 elevations. It's kind of helpful to see it. There's a garage piece in front, and then there's a living area in back, and you can see how that deck just sort of allows the mass Vulcan scale to step down to the north there. Next slide. Yeah, this is the east facing that is, it appears it's really stepped back significantly. These forms are 50 or 60 feet out in front of there's that little second floor loggia space. There's the garage right there, 1-story, real simple, trying to kind of get that view right through that corridor area. There's a little steel trellis element shading the south parts of the sun. Kept the massing and the fenestration very simple and clean. Just don't need to make it more than it needs to be. Next slide. This is the west facing elevation, which is actually, you can't see it from any street or other residence, but it's kind of buried in the trees. But that large tree is really on axis with this glass kind of element, that there's a bridge that goes across from the second floor. So we've just tried to articulate these elements and yet open up the windows. This little Juliet balconies here that kind of open out to the west. And there's the hardline Revit model. Next. There's the front entry. This kind of shows the character and quality. Maybe you can zoom in on the front entry. It kind of gives you a sense for what we're doing with the overall architecture. Very, you know, simple and understated. This little staggered stair step element is an entryway up to the second floor loggia. Gives you a sense. Next. I think we're going to landscape here real quick. I think we're about done. And there's the rendering. If you just want to get a sense for how we really kind of made the whole house fit the site. in the most appropriate way possible. So with that, I'll let Sasha talk about the landscape and hardscape. Yeah.
If you could scroll back up to the landscape site plan. So as Michael touched on, the site's very constricted, including with the access. So for the driveway, we worked with fire to get a gentle slope, but also with the neighbor. So if you look on the right, you can see their driveway. We shifted ours down so it wouldn't be in line. So it gives us both private access. And then you come to the main motor court, which barely fits our fire turnaround. And then it also creates a sort of surprise when you turn the corner from the driveway, and this becomes a more formal entry. So the planting in the space would be very Mediterranean with agaves and some palms. And then as you move to the south patio, which is more the program social space, we really work to stay within the development envelope, because where the motor court and the house is right now is definitely the flattest area, but as you move away, it slopes down pretty fast. So with the pool, we chose the best location to minimize grading, and then still working with a boulder retaining wall to keep it contained on the edge of the development envelope. And that will have an infinity edge, so the space below is a bit lower with a water-wise lawn for their dog, and that feathers out into a natural meadow, a native meadow, which then works its way into the native chaparral landscape. So as you move away, it works its way into the sense of place with a lot more natural plants. And then off of the main living space is one of our large oaks that we're working to save. So that space lowers down and it becomes a gravel permeable space for outdoor dining and gathering with the outdoor fire pit. And then to the right of that, we have a little breakfast nook with outdoor barbecue and a raised planter for veggies. And then off of that, we have a little dog run that's enclosed to save their dog from any predators. And so there will be some retaining, but we've tried to minimize it the best we could. And then if you go to the next sheet, and then the one after that, there are a handful of oaks on the site. The access is very important. So you work your way through a grove of oaks, but due to the limitation, there are two at the entry, Oak 7 and 8, that will have to be removed. And we're also consulting with Duke McPherson as our arborist. He doesn't feel it would work to transplant any oaks, so we're going to work on mitigation. So right now we're only looking at 1 acre of the site, but as Michael touched on, there's 4 acres that will accommodate for any mitigation oaks. So one more oak in the driveway, Oak 10. That one actually is in poor health. So once we get the full arborist report, he'll touch on that. And then the main access in the motor court, at the end of that, Oak 13, that's a larger specimen, but we're going to replace that with as large of an oak as we can get. And then the rest of the mitigation oaks will work around the site.
How many to remove?
There are 5 total. So the final oak is right next to that large oak off of the living room that's in our gravel terrace. That one's on the smaller side and we would transplant it, but the roots are too entangled with the large oak we're working to save. And so we'll have to mitigate for that one as well. But we really worked our hardest to save as many as we could. So that is our site plan. So
Okay, thanks. Questions from the board?
I have one practical question. How do you deal with extra parking? I mean, I'm sure, besides the 3 parking spaces and like the gardener, a party, whatever, do you make a gamble with a fire truck or what?
No, actually, we've taken, what has driven this exact layout is taking that template, the Carpinteria fire truck template, and just getting it to fit in there. And we had them up at the site twice to make sure that he was gonna prove it.
You understand, but you cannot park there. You cannot, how do you deal with extra parking? You know, like additional parking, guests.
Guest
coming.
parking.
We got extra parking on the site, was that the question?
Yes,
Yeah.
Where is your guest parking?
Oh, so we got two spots right here.
But that's not, I mean, that's the fire turnaround.
Oh, we got two spots right here down at the very bottom, right under
Right.
before the entry gate there. And then we've got three parking spots right here. And then, you know, this is obviously an overflow area, but this is the Hammerhead turnaround. So we got two spots on site, 3 cars in the garage.
and maybe one in front of the garage too. I mean, I'm trying.
You could, yeah. I
Something
mean,
like that. Okay, got
it's
it.
a motor court, so
Guess-
theoretically you could leave your own cars out your motor
Okay,
court and
so-
still be out of the fire truck turnaround.
Also with working with the neighbor on the street side, when we push the driveway that way, it creates a little pocket for parking along the street. And also at the end of that street,
Yeah.
there's room right there.
Okay, other questions?
Yeah, I imagine that you have all traditional details. So how do you handle the interface with the glass element in the center? How do you do that?
Probably the 3D view is the best thing. We've got this all modeled so we can show it when we come back.
Well, while we wait, where's the trash area?
Trash and recycle is gonna be back here on this backside, right around the corner. So it's all gonna be up here and then they're gonna have to bring it out. Everybody's got to bring it down, so.
Okay. Any other questions? We'll come back to the. Robert?
Well, I could ask a question. I know you went to a lot of effort to look at your heights and the ridge line requirements, but this whole development was in urban Richmond, not rural. So it's not the 16 feet plus the 19.
Right. Yeah, that's
So
correct.
at first, when I saw you had done, it, I was like, why are they doing that? You don't need to.
That's correct. Yeah, we just did it because we're trying to show you guys we did the due diligence that's
Okay.
required. And also looking at all the neighbors were the exact same.
Because of when it was developed,
Yes.
that was the condition, so. Oh.
So for the glass element, what would be a good page for that?
Yeah, east elevation.
Looks like it.
Keep going down, we'll show it here.
28, you say?
Yeah, 20.
This is the humongous file. Yeah, we need to make sure we're getting like 15 megabyte files. I think yours was 100. Or something to that effect.
Yeah,
And
you
so we
download
need
the
to
files on-
break it up
Yeah.
into multiple PDFs.
Here's that link.
Right, so what kind of a roof
I've seen a couple GW Smith solutions like this with
Uh-huh.
standing seam metal roof over a steel frame sash element. So that's kind of what we're thinking. Could be tile, but we like the idea of celebrating it.
Mhm.
This is just looking in, I mean, really something like this is what we're thinking. The idea is the transparency and the openness and trying to bring the outside in.
No, I get the idea, just trying to figure out how you wanna do it. And so the roof would be a metal roof, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I got one quick question. You said palms. What kind of palms? Because this is high
And
fire.
where palms,
You say and where palm?
where,
So those would be at the entry. They're the two, we're not on the second, but there's two that would kind of frame
Maybe just
the glass
we could probably
window.
see it on the elevations, right? Just cruise up and down. If you pay
It would
attention.
be on this elevation.
Oh, it would be. Okay, so we just need the landscape plan. I guess it's gonna turn into a comment, and the fire department doesn't want palms up in high fire zones, but if it's a small palm.
Yeah,
could
just
be-
like a pygmy date palm.
Okay, that should be
Mhm.
fine. Okay. That's it. Questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward. And did you fill out a speaker slip? Okay, you can do that after and then give it to Jonathan and You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. Please state your name.
My name is working. My name is Jeff Rutherford. I've known Zeb and Neil for 23 years. They're the property right next to them, the closest property to the development. And Zeb and Neil couldn't be here for travel and health reasons, so they asked me to read this note for them, if that's okay. Yes. All right. Rajat Goel, the owner of 630 Sima Vista Lane, and his architectural team have worked very closely with me on a landscape and the house design to ensure that everyone's needs are addressed at the highest level. In all of my 70 years, I've never experienced such a wonderful, satisfying, and caring collaborative design experience. The result is that we are not just getting neighbors, we're gaining new friends. I've spoken with our 2 other neighbors on Sima Vista Lane multiple times about Rajat's new house and the deeply collaborative design experience nurtured by Michael Holiday and his architectural partners. We all agree that it has been exceptional in all ways. We unanimously agree that the new house design is particularly well crafted and the ideal fit for our little community. In conclusion, I can speak for our little neighborhood that we are excited by all aspects of the proposed development at 630 Sima Vista Lane. Thank you very much. Neil Mazer Hyken and Zeb Nathan.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Beautiful. All right.
We didn't pay him to say that.
Any other public comment? Okay, see no one. Back to the board for comments. Ms. Frosher.
Can we go to the elevations, the renderings? So I'm very familiar with this area. I lived right up above this for 16 years. And these properties actually are visible from above, from Romero Trail, highly visible, and from Bella Vista, from houses on Bella Vista and the road Bella Vista. I think that the renderings are very beautiful, but I'm concerned about the translation to the CAD drawings because the proportions are changing in the windows and doors subtly, but they are. And I would ask that you really carefully review how they're changing and try to get them back to more what the renderings really depicted in their artistry. On this one, for example, the big doors in the living room, the proportions of the muttons have gotten much wider, don't look as beautiful as, and you know, that always happens with renderings. There's an artistry to it, but you can interpret it to the hard line. There's no problem to do that. Let's go to the next elevation. Maybe go, well, that's good example too, where the 4-part door in the Revit, yeah, and then it's 3-part there. So the proportions just keep changing. And I'd really like to study that to find consistency in what the original intent of the rendering did.
So do we, by the way. The hand-drawn drawings are what we want to present.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, you can measure off them and duplicate them and get that.
Another good example here is the change in roof pitch right here, and then it's just straight here. Yeah, and
Yeah.
This looks much more balanced.
Yeah, there's just little subtleties, even the stairway stepping wall going down, it's very artistic in the rendering with 3 pots, 3 steps. And here they're kind of, on the Revit, they're kind of crammed together and small.
Yeah.
So go to the next elevation. Yeah, same thing there. How about the next one? Yeah, right, exactly.
Just this right.
That, yeah, it lost in translation. And then I think I'm most concerned about the big glass connector because it doesn't look anything like the rendering, and it should.
Yeah.
because it's such an important feature. And if you're gonna go the GW Smith route, everything's gotta stay kind of in context. with
Yes.
that.
When we come back for preliminary, all this will be totally dialed in.
Yeah, that's great.
Good job, Al. We're here for concept, but appreciate it that.
Yeah,
you're
well,
right
you know,
on
the
track.
concept that you show the beautiful rendering.
Yeah.
But the Revit gets you thinking.
Anything else?
No.
Mr. Birdiak.
I agree.
Oh.
This glass transition is, needs more study, and I think
Yeah.
we agree. And, I put down, let's see, that, the hanging fixture over the front entry. I'm not so sure that's gonna work. You know, it doesn't seem like the overhang is enough to justify, to make that work. It's too close. It's too close to the wall.
Take a look at that. Front entry,
Where the front door is.
scroll down.
Yeah,
Oh, this right here?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think the rendering kind of shows the concept, but obviously the light fixtures and all that, we've got to dial in.
yeah. Well, yeah, anyway, that seemed like something we should take another look at. And could we go to the north elevation? Or is that it?
This is a north end.
Well, I have a note here now that, never mind. Anyway, it's a good job
Thank you.
and I'm sure it's gonna be very successful.
Mr. Peugeot?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I hope the recesses are significant in the opens, especially the larger opens.
Mr. Richards?
I think it's a pretty impressive project and styling of the home is great, apart from the details Val is identified, but I'm sure that'll all be improved upon. And I like the way that the landscape kind of unfolds around the house and the way that that space has been made with the oak tree right outside is really nice. It seems like it's all just been thought through very nicely. One thing I would suggest in the motor court, it looks like your hammerhead and the paving and everything is kind of like wedged in a way where you can barely get planting in some spots. And so I think it's going to be important to try to. I'm sure all that will get it perfect, but it's a great project. I support it.
We agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah, I don't have much more to add other than, you know, and I point this out a lot. Elevations. I go back to the high fire and what is going to be allowed up against the house, and Italian cypress is probably not one of them. So just study your plant palette to make sure it's good in high fire zone. And when you do bring, you know, sometimes it's nice that you have both elevations here actually, because sometimes we'll just get the one on top and you can't really see the architecture. And so it's like, come back and just bring it without plants in front of it. We can see what that looks like, but so that helps. Yeah. All right, so, but other than that, I have nothing to add. It's a nice project. So here for conceptual, return, full board, preliminary, when you're ready.
Yes. Yes, as soon as we can. So I don't know. We'll be
Talk to
ready.
your planner. Yeah, okay, thanks, y'all.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I have to step down for item number 7. I'm gonna hand it over to Mr. Peugeot.
So this is the Gifford new residence on 885 Toro Canyon Road, and we've seen this before. Do we have the applicant here or online?
Hi, my name is Anna Jensen Stewart. I'm the architect. I believe Leo Basic is also here online somewhere, but I'll be presenting the project.
Great. So we only have very few comments. It says modest proposal. There's a comment about color and a comment about landscaping. So, we can have a brief presentation and have you changed anything from the previous time? The drawings, Jonathan.
You want me to go ahead and start?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Why don't we start with the photos again?
Oh, the photos.
That's okay, sorry. So just like a real brief reminder, there's a little, sorry, I've got a little bit of a cold, so I'm kind of scratchy throat here. There's an existing artist studio on the site right now that's going to be demolished, and we're going to, in place of that, put a 1,525 square foot single family house, pretty modest, small, 2-bedroom,
Right.
and then the detached garage. So if you can scroll down through some of the photos. This west, looking out towards the west, is kind of the sweet spot view.
Excuse me, I'm trying to expedite this. When we go
Oh,
through
sure.
my plan and the elevations, if you made any changes and the details, okay?
Okay, let's go to the plans then. So why don't we scroll down to the site plan, which is page 5, I believe.
Yeah, right. The comments on the color and the landscape. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's just, yeah, we've seen this. We had no negative comments, so it's fine.
Okay. So let's see.
Can we move on?
Do you want to go down to the elevations?
Yes.
Page. So these are pretty similar to last time. Not a lot has changed there. We can go down to the garage. There's a little more information on the garage. Again, garage is also modest, simple shapes and forms. Probably the big thing to look at would be, well, there was kind of two things that I thought maybe we should go over: the materials board, and then in the last meeting, there was some comment about visibility. So I put together a little visibility study. The site really benefits from being in this sort of like natural saddle and having very low visibility to any neighbors and roadways.
Yes, really, we're interested in the colors, the materials, and the landscape.
Okay.
Okay, that's the color board. Okay.
Material board.
So is that the right color? Is that the plaster color that you're looking?
Yes. Yeah, we spent a lot of time looking at the color and a lot of different swatches. The clients wanted something that was a little bit fun and whimsical and kind of a little more blush color, and we landed on this Benjamin Moore August Sunrise, which has a little bit of like peachy undertones and a little more like earthiness to it. It's definitely a challenging color to try to get right in the computer model. So this color swatch is pretty accurate. In the renderings, I tried to get it as close as possible, but they might be a little bit off. And then the steel trellis, we're doing like a punchy blue color. On the adjacent site south, which is the same owner, there's a Paul Tuttle office, which I included some photos of, which has like a bright blue, and then like this super bright pink wall leading in. So we're trying to sort of like pull a little bit from like a nod to that without being too punchy, sort of dial it back a little bit, but still keep it fun and whimsical.
Could I ask a question about the roof? Is that an option, the gravel?
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you leaning toward?
I think, we kind of went back and forth because of some like cost, but I think with the gravel, we're leaning towards the gravel, having the gravel up there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the landscape plan? Okay, so, yeah, what are you proposing? I'm not sure if we've seen this before, right? Did we?
No, this wasn't here last time. Is Chris able to present this or?
No, he's not able to. If you
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
if you can just explain to me changes to the existing landscape.
Oh, sure. You know, I think the idea is to keep it pretty low maintenance and keep a lot of the existing as much as possible. We're kind of going for like a little bit of bare minimum. And I apologize too. I didn't think I was going to be presenting this. It's definitely outside of my wheelhouse a bit.
You can read the plant list and everything, just if there's like hardscape changes.
Sure.
Yeah,
So
I can see the pathways, but the general, I guess, direction is all we need verbally.
okay, yeah. So we've got some or some site constraints with the building envelope, which you can kind of see we go right up to the edges of the building envelope. In the lot split agreement, there was language in there about keeping everything contained within the building envelope, all hardscaping, all landscaping, all grading. So we left what was mostly the existing driveway, and it's just kind of like a dirt driveway right now, but left that largely as it is, just kind of made enough space for cars to pull into the garage. And then we've got these flagstone patios outside of the dining and kitchen and at the front entry, and a DG gravel sort of pathways connecting all of those. And then on the northeast, connecting between the residence and the garage, we have a little kind of landscape stair going up through there.
Very good. Do you have details, especially the roof details, the parapet details?
No, I didn't do any details for this one. I thought I'd save that for final, but we did talk about doing the plaster turn from the wall turning onto the parapet top, rather than like a metal flashing cap.
Right, yeah.
Kind of keep it a little more like organic looking.
Then you gotta put the flashing and then cover it with a plaster, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, we have any questions from the board? No? Okay, comments from the board?
I think it looks fine. It's a small house tucked into the site. I like the colors. I think they're fun.
Can we go back to? Wait, Jonathan, go.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the colors.
So I think you can go to materials board or the renderings.
Yeah.
The materials board's a little more accurate with the color.
All right.
And I do like the gravel as the roof finish too. I think that's good.
Okay, any other comments?
The architecture is fine. It is a little house, but the thing about the color is that when you have buildings in rural areas and to get them painted in earth tone, they tend to blend in. And I think that's what we're after, that the pink would stand out. And although it looks nice and it's a fun color for the house, my concern is that it'll stand out in the overall landscape. And that is a reason that we're stressing the earth tone colors.
Yeah. We tried to pull in like a more kind of blushy tone that we were seeing out sort of in the landscape. Like sometimes after a rain, we see some of the sandstone or like flagstone looks a little more like towards the pink. And there's a lot of also like existing trees and sort of like yucca plants that already exist on the site around there. And they're sort of like a nice complementary like green and brown tones, as well as like these trees really like on the south of the house, really like shaded. So again, the visibility is almost non-existent to anybody else.
Let us talk about this for a second. How does the rest of the board feel about the colors?
I'm gonna vote for the color. I like the color.
You like the colors? And Robert?
I like it. Judging color too, using the computer screen is sometimes a little off, but I think it too, so, when I saw it, I thought it was like a house called the Pink Panther or something. This is like classic style dinner. I like.
Yeah, we're trying not to go too Florida, you know?
Yeah, and how about the blue trellis? Is that looks like a Greek blue or is that?
Yeah.
Is that the steel trellis? Is that what it is?
It's a steel trellis. It's like a real kind of like low profile, narrow trellis with like a bamboo inlay.
And the doors and windows, is that a clad, an aluminum clad? Is that what you have there?
Yes. Yeah. And it's this kind of anodized medium bronze. So it's like along kind of like the bronzy color, but a little bit lighter than the more standard bronze that you see.
It seems like you're outvoted to John.
Yes, I think that color is great, and I think, white is the big offender up in the mountains, not this. And this is kind of tucked in and it's on the property that the Paul Tuttle house is, that has some beautiful colors. I think it's.
Yeah, my thought was that I'm used to these things, especially in rural, urban areas, in Mexico, in Buenos Aires too, and the older parts. But they are darker, they are more intense colors actually.
Yeah.
I was wondering if the doors. Personally, I would make the doors darker. But anyway, so it seems like you have support from the board. So it's nuts.
I think the landscape concept seems simple and probably acceptable. So just when you return for final, bring the full landscape set.
Okay, sure. I'll be better prepared for the landscaping too.
And by the way, what are these things on the tile? What are these tile or what is that? Let's see the point right here. I'm not sure if you can see the point. What is that stuff? What is that?
Oh, on that wall there. So those are little niches into the wall. So just kind of the wall is going to be built out, and I'll detail that out so you can see what that looks like. But we're going to just build these little niches in there so we can put fun little trinket things, feathers and skulls.
Trinkets. Okay, very good.
So I had one little thing. I don't know. I believe you're high fire, so you may have to think about a steel option for that natural bamboo inlay trellis.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so this is for preliminary, right? Yeah. Okay.
I'll make a motion. For preliminary.
Okay, since we can on consent.
Final and consent.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. So you're ready to go to prepare your working drawings. It'd be interesting seeing the details. It's a simple house, so it has to have clean details, right? The recessed openings and the parapet. I think is crucial. Okay, so we'll see you next time. On your way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, moving on then to item number 8. Is that right? Okay. This is the St. Mark's Edition, request of Harrison Design, agent for the owner, the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Los Angeles, corporate sole, for conceptual review of an addition of 271 square feet and an interior remodel and exterior elevation remodel, associated hardscape and landscaping, located at 6550 Picasso Road, Goleta area. And we have the applicant here. Please state your names for the record.
Great. Anthony Grumbine with Harrison Design. Father Ryan Thornton with St. Mark's University Parish.
Okay, and we'll give you about, hopefully you don't need more than 10 minutes, but.
I was going to take an hour.
Oh, well, that's fine too. Buy us all lunch.
Yeah. Okay, yes, I think this should be fairly quick to go through. We also have Jennifer Lewis and Alexis Stipa, both from Harrison Designers Architects on with us as well, who might want to jump in at some point, especially if I misspeak about something. And then Ryan Leahy, our landscape architect, is also on. So,
And actually, before you go on, I just want to warn the others that are waiting that we're going to be taking a lunch break right after this. And so we'll probably be back for starting with item number 9 around 12:15, or sorry, 1:15 or 1:30, depending on how long this one takes. Thank you.
all right, we'll try to make it 1:15.
Okay.
All right. So, and then for Ryan Leahy, our landscape architect, he'll cover the landscape when we get to that. We can probably raise his hand or whatever. Okay, so we're just going to stay on the front page. I want to do a quick overview. Should be fairly easy, and then we can just page through after. So the picture you see on the detail 8 there is perfect summary of where we are right now. So the church is very dilapidated and sad. The rectory was recently finished, the offices and residence on the right there. So that's looking clean and bright, and it's white, but it's not on the hillside, so it's okay. And so now if you can scroll down a little bit, the vision is to basically keep the structure and to build the new wall structure, but keep the windows and the openings where they are on the side, and then do a new front facade that all stays within the roof line, basically, of the existing, but it is a little over 200 square feet of new space, but it's all within the that Mansard roof, the 70s Mansard roof that was at the you saw in the original. So we're matching the Mediterranean style of the rectory and then sort of taking it up a little notch in terms of of course, this is the church. And so you want visually to make it clear that which is which. And so that, then we'll get into the elevations a little bit later. And then just sort of as an overview, we're coming to you for conceptual, and the plan was basically if this is looking like it's heading in the right direction to you all, then our next steps, we have a structural engineer that we brought on board, and we're going to do a schematic set and kind of figure out what this is going to actually cost. And Father Ryan, as a PhD in economics, he wants all the ducks in a row to make sure we can actually pay for and fund things before we go too far. So, and then if that works out, then we'd be coming back to you with a full planning submission after. So I'm getting all the engineers and everyone on board for that. Oh, and there's also some landscape refresh as well, which Ryan will cover as we go on. Okay, so now we can go next sheet, A1.001. That's just the existing site conditions. You can see the church. It actually looks better in the pictures than it does in real life, which is saying a lot. And you can see the rectory, the whiter building on the side there. Yeah, we can keep going. We're not going to be doing anything to the interior road, so just a little small portion. All right, here we are to the landscape. Ryan, did you want to walk us through the landscape and the front little plaza that we're doing too as a little hardscape overspill?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Ryan Leahy. Landscaping is pretty straightforward as well. Super simple, just new landscaping to create a more uniform appearance along Embarcadero Del Mar. And then, as we turn to Picasso Road, we've sort of widened this front entry and created a couple of low seat walls and connected into an existing ADA ramp over the front there with new paving, brick or cobble, TBD below that. So, like I said, super simple, straightforward. That's pretty much it.
Great, thanks. And then just as a one little note on that patio, that's also sort of the natural overspill now for as you come out of the parish. So it'll be a little bit of a congregation area. It'll allow for a transition to the sidewalk.
So is there an existing site plan, or show us is this all this existing walkway and this is
all
new?
existing walkway on the left there. The front, we're reworking it. Right now you go out to either side. We do have the floor plans demo that will can show that. But that patio, the rectangular patio with the low seat wall in front right there, and those steps, that'll be
the new. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
And then
How about the trees in the parking lot?
Those are all existing.
They're just.
Yeah.
And what are
big.
Yeah, on this plan, that sort of yellower symbol, those represent existing trees, and then those darker green tree-like symbols represent new trees. So.
And do you know the species in terms of the?
Yeah, we've got 3 options sort of planned out, but likely olives or arbutus.
No, of the existing, they're asking.
Oh, the existing on the street, I think they're paper bark Melaleucas, and then in the parking lot, they're kind of all over the place. If I recall correctly.
Okay. Is that? Okay.
I've never heard of that
They
one.
have branches and everything.
What's the What's the botanical name on that? All over the place.
Branches Maximus.
Yeah. Flammable is the botanical name.
All right, so we can go to the next page, and this just has the floor plans kind of comparing side by side. So on the top, we've got existing second floor plan and proposed second floor plan. And on the bottom, we have existing first floor plan, bottom left, and then bottom right, proposed first floor plan. So there's not a lot going on, but the highlighted portion on the bottom left and right is basically where we're doing the infill, but that's all within the roof, the mansard roof overhang. So it's technically new square footage, and it's going to have a new wall in front of it. But that's it. And then we can go on to the elevations at the end here, 3.0. So then you can see the existing, like upper left, existing, and then the proposed. We're keeping the window structure openings. We're going to have new windows, but we're trying to modulate that proportion, which is a very vertical, thin proportion, sort of a bad Star Wars proportion, and some machine landing or something. Anyways, and then we're trying to reproportion it a bit so it can fit more within this language, without having to change all the structure in it. So, and still getting a decent amount of light on the inside of the church. And then on the bottom left, you see the proposed west elevation. We're continuing that language around sort of a simple bumping in the wall where the windows are, and some new entrances and entrance surrounds and the double doors on the side there in detail 5. And then on the front, detail 1, we've got a little bit of a mission gable swoop, and a few refined details that take into the Spanish Mediterranean, and yeah, and then a new entrance, and but sort of simple pilasters. Oh yeah. Yeah, there we go. And this is getting the most rework in terms of the front facade. And right now on the existing, the detail 2 there, the end exits right now and entrances are on sides, so you go out to either side. We're going to make a front center entrance so that it's sort of more strong and axial and addresses the street more as well. So, and that concludes our presentation.
Very good. Thank you.
Is there anything I missed? No, that's very good. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, questions from the board? Ms. Grubb. You were leaning in. Okay, no questions. Public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? If so, please raise your hand. If there's no one in the audience, see no one, back to the board for comments. Ms. Froscher.
I really like it, and I think the challenge will be in the details of how you make it look authentic for what the rendering is portraying. But I think, didn't we see this before? And they were trying to work with the original architecture a little differently. But I think this is a really good solution. I like it.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I agree with that. I think it is a good solution, an economical solution to a difficult problem, and I think would be very successful. I wish you could apply your imagination to that north wall and do something with that, anything at all.
Okay, we will.
Mr. Peugeot.
Totally agree. I like the change of style. It's just very well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Scrub. I'm sorry.
Oh, look at that. So we were ahead. There will be.
You're way ahead of the
Yeah.
game.
I agree. I think it's a great improvement. Full disclosure, I got married in that church 10 years ago.
Oh.
This would have been so much better.
You can do a reshoot in a couple of years.
We knew your
No, I think
vows.
it's great, a great improvement.
Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I think it's great as well. And the rhythm of the planting, I think is gonna be important with windows and the doors. And so I'd encourage you. No, it's an overlay, put in your plant species and you can kind of study that. I worked with a church and after a while, they have a problem with the trees getting too big, blocking the light coming into the building. It's very important. So I think doing a study of that up front is great.
Sounds good.
All right. Yep, I have nothing to add, other than just show what the existing trees are. And if we can actually go quickly to the landscape plan, because I think I had a question. And I guess it's maybe just very conceptual at this point, but I'm wondering, what's the green? Is that just a mixture of ground covers that are not yet delineated?
Yeah, so that green hatch generally is just, the mixture of plantings that you see on the right there. Then there's the trees, and then there's those green circular symbols that represent sort of a vertical element. Yeah.
And then what were the 3 trees? You said olive that you're considering for those?
Olives, myrtles, and arbutus, so they don't get too tall to block out too many views. So I think there's a couple existing olives there that we might reuse.
Seems right.
Add to.
Great, thank you.
It seems that
Perfect.
olives go more with the style of architecture. It's a traditional tree of the nations and all that.
Olive
That's saying,
branch.
Yeah.
I completely agree. Yep.
Okay, great. So this is here, I just said further, wait a minute. Yeah, I knew that. So it's here for conceptual, and I think you said you were gonna come
Yeah.
talk it out
Yeah.
first. and
As
then-
long as we're getting good positive comments from you all.
Yeah,
Then
I would say
then-
so. So
then-
basically, then you could return for prelim and final at full board whenever you're ready.
Okay, great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great,
All right.
thank you. And as previously stated, we will now adjourn for lunch. Perfectly timed and return in about an hour at 1:07 for items 9 through 13. Make it 1:10. Thank you. Hey, Cho, are you there? Joe? We kind of want to start early, but we'll wait if you're not here yet. Hey, Cho, are you there? So we can start. It's a few minutes early, but we're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Okay, we were just.
Okay, let's start from the photo page.
Okay, so
You can just,
let me read through this first. We just wanted to get started a little early because we got back a little early. So we're going to reconvene the SBAR meeting of April 21st, starting with item number 9, Isla Vista Owner LLC demolition. Request of Hyun Bae Cho, care of Sharing Associates Architects, for the for the owner Isla Vista Owner LLC for conceptual review of a conversion of a duplex to single-family residence and demolition of a portion of existing structure on top of a bluff located at 6709 Del Playa Drive in Goleta. And so, Cho, whenever you are ready, let's give us a very brief presentation.
sure. Hello, this is Joe. And let's see from the site picture. The existing structure is a 2-story, 2-unit residence. On top of the bluff, let's just go through the page. Yeah, keep going. Mhm. Let's go to the plan sheet. The next page, please. Page 2. Okay, this is the site plan. The existing structure was that the shortest distance from the between block and the existing structure is only 18 plus minus 18 feet 10 inch. That's less than required 20 feet setback from the block line. So we cut the plus minus 5 feet of the existing building and add new cantilevered indoor stair and remove exterior stair to make it just a single family residence. Next page, please. This is a demolition plan. We just remove 5 feet of the block side of the structure. Next page, please. Yeah, we remove the exterior stair and add new cantilevered indoor stair to make it single family residence. Next page. Next page. Yeah, this is existing and demolition elevations. Next page, please. It's the same. Next page. Yeah, we just removed a portion of the building and put the new cantilevered indoor stair between grid line E and F, and all new material finishes to match existing. Next page. Same here. And next. Yeah, this is the proposed section with the new cantilevered indoor stair. Next page, please. And architectural details. Next page. Yeah, this was architectural details. And actually, this is really simple and straightforward project. So if you go through the rest of the pages, it includes entire consultant pages, structural, electrical, and Title 24 CF1R. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Questions from the board? Okay, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward or raise your virtual hand. Okay, see none. Back to the board for comments. Anyone?
It looks simple and straightforward and come back.
Any opposition to that? No, I agree. Okay, there you go. Did you hear that, Joe?
Oh, actually, it's really hard to hear.
Okay, we just need to get closer to the microphone and have it directed straight at your mouth.
So it looks fine and you could come back preliminary, final and consent.
Okay, sounds great.
I think part of the problem that we're having here, Jonathan, is that it's really loud in here because those speakers are up so high. So we're all kind of leaning back a little bit, but online, I don't think they're hearing it as well. So can we turn down the speakers in this room? Okay. So you'll return then for prelim and final and consent when you're ready. And
Okay.
We'll move on to item number 10, which is the Garcia addition, request of Jill M. Horton, agent for Vanessa Garcia, for further conceptual and preliminary review of an addition to the existing residence of 591 square feet. Last heard February 3rd of this year. Do we have the applicant here?
Yes,
Okay, is this Jill?
yes,
Sorry,
Jill
Seth.
Horton.
Okay, so we have some comments from last time. I'll go ahead and read through those real quick and then turn it over to you for your presentation. Consider alternative materials for siding on the second story addition. Excuse me, second story appears side loaded and too close to neighbor's rear yard. Still really loud. Study how to integrate addition better with existing structure. The board is concerned with neighbor privacy to the west. Provide section through lot and adjacent parcels showing relationship of second story to adjacent buildings. Demonstrate whether second story is looking down into neighbor's house. Study alternative solutions to site planning. Consider moving the garage to the existing lawn area to the south and existing garage. How does that sound out there? Good. Okay, so Jill. when
Yes.
you're ready, give us about a 5-minute presentation about what has changed.
Okay, I'm a little hard to hear you, but
Okay,
I guess if I'm giving the presentation, I don't have to hear you.
well, we're
Okay.
trying to get that resolved.
Okay.
Try to keep it louder.
If you can scroll down a little bit, Jonathan, to show the whole site plan. Okay. I've added in the setback, the secondary front setback. And they really don't have room to move the garage without going into the setback and convert the garage into a master suite. Without going into that setback. Anyway, that said, if you go to the next page, Jonathan, I think is photos. Upper left photo, I'm showing the Fisher residence, the two houses behind Garcia's house. And one is a 2-story, and then the Fishers are the ones that were concerned about their privacy from the bedroom windows. And I've got added various pictures around the neighborhood. There are some 2-story houses in the neighborhood. Not a lot, but there are some. Go ahead and go to the next, I think the next page. Next one. Let's go ahead and go to the elevations. Okay, these are all the existing. Go to the next page for the proposed. I've added board and bat to match the existing that's downstairs, just a couple of places. That the west elevation, I had 2 larger windows on that wall, which I think is what the Fishers were concerned about. So I've just replaced that with a high, short window, just so the Garcias can have airflow into that room. And then I removed the bathroom window from that elevation as well. And I think, what else was there on the list?
Oh, well.
Oh, I also pulled that west wall back away from the property line by about 3 feet.
Okay, so it was, yes. Study alternative materials for the siding, which you said it's all now to match existing, correct?
Yeah, to match the existing board and bat that's on the existing on the downstairs on the original house.
Yep, and then there was second story up here, side loaded and too close to neighbor's yard. So you study how to integrate addition better. So I think you said you pulled it in from, it was an unbroken 2-story element previously, I believe. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
So the second comment is second story appears side loaded and too close to neighbor's yard. Study how to integrate addition better with existing structure. And we're trying to figure out how you did that. It sounds like you pulled it in.
Yeah, I pulled that west wall back away from that property line side, from the west side, pulled it back about 3 feet.
Okay, and then board is concerned with neighbor privacy to the west. Provide a section through the lot and adjacent parcels showing relationship of second story.
I didn't do the section.
Okay, and then study alternative solutions to site planning. Consider moving garage to existing lawn area to south and remodeling existing garage. And you said you're unable to do that?
To have a 2-car garage without going into that 10-foot secondary front setback, that only leaves them about 13 feet for a master suite.
Okay. All right, anything, any landscape to share to help mitigate the privacy issue or,
No,
all right?
I
so-
eliminated those windows,
okay,
most of the
so
windows on
then
that side.
We'll go back to the board here for questions then, if you have nothing else to present.
Okay.
Okay, so questions?
The site plan. So I'm not sure I'm following why you'd only have a 13-foot master suite if you move the garage out to the setback. It looks like almost equidistant to the setback.
It's 13, right now it's 13 feet, 5 inches from that south garage wall to the setback.
Toward the street?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, into the lawn area. Because it looks the same size, the existing garage shape looks the same size as the distance that you have to the setback.
It's not.
You want to follow?
Yeah, I thought it was just the garage. So take this shape and you move it down here. This one,
Oh,
what is?
That south garage wall, that's the south garage wall right there. The distance from that to the setback is 13 feet,
oh, I see. So the
5
hatch
inches.
Pattern is the second floor addition.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think we were confused. Okay, what are we doing? Questions? Any other questions?
So once again,
Leave the microphone right in front of your mouth, facing you, not from the side. Like this, John, like this, not like this. Yeah.
the thing, I still don't understand why the garage couldn't be moved forward or down in this case. That line you say is.
I think it's because the master would be too small. It would only be this
Yes.
little area. There, because this is the existing edge of the house. And then this is only 13 feet. So your garage would come all the way back into here and you have a very, very small master. Unless, yeah, I mean, there's lots of room in the back.
So the dark shade is this two-story area.
Yeah, the crosshatch here is the new two-story addition is right here. And then the residence comes all the way back to here, I believe. And this is the first floor remodel. I don't know what that is.
Well, you're not showing the building.
She can't hear you. You know,
You're not showing the building that's on the left. The adjacent house.
Right. Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a section we asked for. I still think it's important to have.
we do
Okay.
have it in the photo. If you can go back to the first page, or maybe it's still,
Yeah, the second page.
yeah, but we do
Next
want
one.
to see it on the plan and also the section that was.
Okay.
Your drawing is hard to read.
Okay.
Site aerial. There you go, just there to the left. Don't zoom out though. Right there with the little red dot. So this is it. So this shows it actually pretty well.
Okay. Okay.
Right. All right. Any other questions? I don't think so. Public comment, is there anyone from the? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I think it's still way too loud out there. Is it very loud in the back? No? Okay. Okay, see no public comment, back to the board for our comments. Ms. Frosher,
Can we go back to the elevations? The proposed elevations, I think it's the next one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. It feels side loaded to me. I don't feel like it's got enough articulation yet. And you're battling, trying to maintain privacy for the neighbor with no windows. But it's, I don't know, I still feel like it would be a much better solution to find a way to do a one-story in this case. And less expensive than the demolition of the downstairs to support the new upstairs.
okay, John,
Well, I think the building is side loaded also, and I think that's unfortunate. You know, on the front elevations that faces the, you know, there's a double hung window above the front door. I think that window should be revised to match the scale of the windows in the rest of the building. But I think that, you know, a one floor solution should be studied. I think it's intrusive into the neighbor's yard. That'd be my comments.
okay, Ms. Grubb,
I think I'll defer to the architects on whether it's side loaded or not, but I think it, because of its somewhat side loaded nature, the neighbors to the west are pretty significantly impacted by that second story, and 3 feet inset isn't gonna, adding windows hurts their privacy, and making a sheer wall is creating a pretty big shading impact. So I think a first story solution would be worth studying also, and or shifting the mass of it further central to the property, the person.
okay, Mr. Richards,
Yeah, I agree. I think you should try to find a single story solution, but I will say if you're gonna put a second, I mean, if the only solution is to put a second level on it, if go to the second sheet where they have the picture of the neighborhood, please. And could you just zoom in on that? But at least if you were to shift any of that in the other, on the top left, at least where it's most impacting, you got the most yard on the other side of it. I don't know, I wouldn't be very happy if that was my home on the other side and you can have these 2-story structures. I don't know, it's a challenge is big to evaluate.
I'll just add that there is definitely precedent for, there's a lot of 2-story houses in that neighborhood. So I don't think it's that we wouldn't allow a 2-story at all. It's just needs to be articulated well.
Yeah, and
it needs to be shown that it's the only solution.
to that point, zoom in on the picture right next to it, you can see a second story level right behind the thing.
right,
So,
okay.
I don't know. Can you prevent them from having a second level? When you can see the neighbor has one.
Yeah, okay, so. I mean, I think you're getting the temperature of the board here, and we're
Yeah.
still feeling like it's side loaded. And if you want to keep a second story, then I think we're asking that it be shifted further into towards the center of the house.
Okay.
Also, yeah, I mean, we appreciate though that you did reduce or eliminate windows on that west side. And you know, if you want to stick with a second story addition, I think we would probably want to have some mitigating trees or something that's going to help that looming mass over the neighbor's yard.
Okay.
Also, we did have some letters, which I forgot to mention, I think in opposition. So that's what we're looking at. You are here for further conceptual and preliminary. I think we need you to come back one more time with a restudy of the massing on the second story when you're ready. So,
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 11. This is the Johnson deck, request of Jeff Johnson for preliminary and final approval of expanding and connecting two existing second story decks. And this is located at 665 Alto Drive in Goleta, last heard December 16th of last year. And you recused last time, yes, do you two again? Okay. All right, so Mr. Johnson.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Actually, before you jump in, I just was confirming your name.
Yes, Jeff Johnson.
Okay, great. I'm gonna read the comments from last time real quick.
Please.
SBAR comments, drawings are incomplete. 3D renderings and elevations need to clearly and accurately depict footings and cross braces and fenestration windows and doors, specifically on the first story. Consider knee braces instead of cross braces. Consult with fire department to ensure project meets high fire hazard requirements. So now whenever you're ready, quick presentation, show us what has changed.
All right, sure. We did confer with the fire department. They've given us a letter of okay. We will have the pictures coming up. If you could scroll down when you get a chance to see the bracing and the footings for the structure. And go. All right, and it also shows the windows. So this is the overview, but the side view will show the bracing. Our engineer did not recommend the I'm the knee brace. Yeah, they said the knee brace was not a good suggestion, and that they recommended the cross bracing for what they're doing. And then these are the footings right here. If you can grab another slide that shows the side view. This is more of an aerial view. All right. There we go. And then also there was a comment, you wanted to see the railing, what it would look like. So that's that. And then as well as I have a picture of from the website where we got we're getting the railing from, that shows it as well. And so I think that picture is further down. You can scroll down. I don't know, it might be the very last thing. Yeah, okay. There we go. All right. Keep going down. Yeah, it's just that small one at the very end. Right there. That's the one after that. Right there. So that's just what the railing looks like. This picture, by the way, I wanted you to see. I don't know if you saw that last time or not. This is actually from my neighbor across the canyon. You can move it down so we can see my house. So my house is right there. And I have a large grove that it shows in that other diagram at the very beginning of oak trees that basically block any view of my deck. So really, the only part of my deck that shows is this teeny little corner right there. From any angle, there's no houses over this way. There are a couple this way, but with the shape of the oak trees and all, there's really no view at all of my deck by any direction. Was there another article that I need to draw your attention to? I think I covered it.
Um, well, let's go back to those 3D renderings. I just had a question then, please.
Is that a cable railing?
No,
It's glass?
it's glass, yes.
Hmm.
And so what are these bubbled, are these new windows and fenestration?
I have no idea why he put the bubbles around them.
Okay, but that's the, what?
Maybe it's just to show that those were the additions, you know, that they weren't in the previous pictures that you guys saw. So now he's added those
Okay,
and he's
so-
added the cross brace.
So that's the existing and proposed condition of the house. That's where the windows and doors are and
Yeah.
and are going to remain.
Uh-huh,
Okay, so it's really just about the deck.
yes,
And these footings are what, below ground?
yes.
Okay.
And there, the existing deck, there was a little existing deck right there, and then this deck was existing, so from there to there is just 10 feet of extra deck.
Okay.
Connecting them together.
Okay.
I have another question. It looks like in the drawing set, there's a duplicate A301 and they're similar, but a little bit different. I was just wondering which one is the correct one.
What's an A301? I'm sorry.
Jonathan, if you could go to sheet A301, there's one that shows the cross brace and it doesn't have windows. And then there's one without the cross brace.
This one here?
Yeah, is that an old version? And then this next one is the new version?
Correct.
Okay, but you
Yes.
will have the cross brace.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I mean, down below where
Right,
this is not
right.
shown.
Right there, yes.
Okay. I see. So this is more accurate, but adding the cross brace, I guess.
And it's just the cross brace in that one section?
Correct.
Okay, other questions?
And the photos show the deck is currently under construction, is that right?
It's partially built.
And what was the existing railing?
It was wood with a very wide top and then 2x2s going up and down.
Okay, any other questions? Is there any public comment? Anyone like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. Okay, back to the board for comments. Ms. Froscher?
Well, I would recommend that you use cable railing rather than glass. Your house faces due west.
Correct.
It catches the afternoon sun, and glass railings, they turn into lanterns in western sun. I know you've got quite a bit of screening on part of it, but not all of it.
It's pretty much all of it. And
Yeah,
I act-
well, hold on a second. Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah, so anyway,
Comments.
that's my feeling. I think you've worked out the other questions. You know, part of our issue was that the drawings looked like they were drawn by an engineer from the very beginning, which wasn't necessarily the most aesthetic presentation for what this board looks at,
Okay.
which is structural details, the way the finishes are going to be addressed, and the overall look, the way it gets integrated into the existing building. So I think you've worked that out,
Thank you.
but I think it should be a cable railing in the comments.
May I speak to that? Or do you want to wait?
We'll wait.
Okay.
Mr. Verdia?
Well, I agree. I think it should be cable railings. I also think in lieu of the cross brace, you can cable that. You know, go to your structural engineer, he can cable it and paint the cables out a darker color. And, you know, I think they visually would be lost. I mean, I just think that those cross braces stick out like a sore thumb. So go to him and ask him if he can do that.
Okay, Ms. Grubb?
I don't think I have any additional comments. I don't know that those cross braces will be visible from anywhere. That's what I was trying to look at. But I don't have any extra comments. So.
Mr. Richards?
Could you go to the sheet number 18, please? The existing deck that's to the side of it and the proposed deck, to me, they like zoom in on that photo there that shows the two pieces next to each other. It just seems like they should be finished the same way. It's almost like half of it's done one way and the other is done a different way, but I hate to hold you up in this process. I think there's a more, there's, you know, like you've got this stucco finished edge of your deck there, and then you've got this whole other system that looks like it's kind of tagged on to it, so. It just suggest me. Think it would look better if it was all finished the same way underneath that deck. It would look like it was originally part of your home, but, and I also agree that the cable railing fits into this kind of a situation a lot better, and that's a lot of glass out there. You're gonna have to be cleaning that glass. I'll just say that I agree with the cable railing. I'm not gonna hold you up on that, but I think that they should be detailed the same way to look like it was part of the original home. And
Okay.
So that's what I have.
Yeah, and so just a reminder, we're here for prelim and final. So, as far as, you know, actually, I'd like to hear what you have to say about the railing.
Sure. There's 3 issues to address. Does it matter which order I go on or? Okay, so your suggestion about the stucco, the original deck that was on the other end actually did not have the stucco face on it. So we just went with that. Kind of go with the original plan. The cross bracing, as you mentioned, she mentioned, really the only one that'll ever see that is me when I go downstairs. I don't think anybody will see that. Again, those trees cover at least 90% or more of the view. I like the idea of cable railing. We actually wanted to do cable railing. We have 4 grandchildren, 7 and under, that live 2 miles away. And we felt like that cable railing was like a ladder. And you can see it's nice little drop. And we just thought the worst thing in the world would be to see our grandkids get away from us for just a second, climb over that railing somehow and fall down. And the glass railing would prevent that. Yeah, I don't want to clean those windows, but I just, you know, and we like to have a lot of people over. That's one reason we want to do the deck, and most of our friends have kids. And so we just thought for safety, we would forego, because I think the glass is more expensive too. So that was our biggest concern there, trying to avoid some kind of near catastrophe.
Okay, thank you. I think, I mean, those aren't the only 2 options either. You know, I don't know if you did you consider like a vertical picket of some sort, maybe a wrought iron or aluminum? It's another option to consider.
We basically been looking at different options for a couple of years, and we just felt like, you know, we want to maximize the view from when we're not just standing, but when we're sitting. And so, you know, the cable made sense. I thought, well, what if we could do cable vertically somehow, you know, but my contractor said it really doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
And just to, you know, keep it safe and minimize the, you know, the lack of visibility.
Okay. And then the other thing that yes, the oaks are providing cover now, but trees die. And so we're always looking at, you know, with and without vegetation for aesthetic considerations. But in this case, I mean, you know, so basically I don't have much more to add. So I want to go back to the board and see what you guys think, if we want to we're not big on glass typically. So what is should we take a straw vote? Who can support the glass? Who can support
Thank
the
you.
glass? I think I'd be okay with it.
Thank you.
And 2 naysayers. So, yeah.
Yeah, right. What do they know? One other thing you could look at, although it's not cheaper, that there's a material, it's referred to as gorilla mesh because it's used in zoos. And we've used it on railings where we want complete visibility, but it's super, super strong, tiny wire. And you can put it, you can set it in panels into a framework of wood. And it meets the 4-inch shape. I don't think it's as easy to climb as the cable. But anyway.
Okay, thank you. I've seen something like that with smaller dimensions, I think, in front of fireplaces. So.
Microphone.
There's wire mesh too. You could look at, you know, the sun, even if it's a 2x2, you still see through it.
Just climbable.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway,
I got a couple of monkeys for grandkids.
we are here for prelim final, so does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
As submitted.
I guess. Yeah, because anything else would not be giving it final.
Well, yeah. It's also here for preliminary. Up to you.
Oh, no, I made it.
Okay, so yeah, so the motion is for preliminary and final as submitted. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Sure.
Start from left to right. John? Valerie?
No.
Haley?
Yes.
Richard?
Yay.
And Mike, Chris.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. My daughter's getting married. We want to have a reception out there, hopefully by the end of summer.
Nice.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
What do I do with this? Just leave it here?
Just leave it there.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. All right. Moving on, item number 12, Simpson Garage. Request of Architecture JA Incorporated for Ken Simpson and Joan Slattery for a conceptual review of a new detached garage of 1,280 square feet, natural generator, new rainwater cistern, site grading and landscape improvements with walls. And this is located at 905 San Antonio Creek Road in the Santa Barbara area. Do we have an applicant for this item? Please state your name for the record.
Dan Johnston, Architecture JA, applicant for Ken Simpson.
Thank you. So this is first time seeing this?
Yeah.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, I think it looks fairly straightforward and minor, so just give us a quick presentation if you would.
Okay, I've got a aerial photo on a memory stick. You can accept this, right? Find an image.
Typically no, but since it's just a conceptual review, I think we can allow that for today. But anything after this meeting would have to be submitted so that the planner can get a look at it before it comes in front of the board.
Okay. Okay, so the site is this L-shaped site right here. And it's generally it's, you know, the ocean is to the south. This is north is to the top of the screen. Cathedral Oaks Road and Tucker's Grove Park is down below. San Antonio Creek Road is this. This is a 20-foot driveway easement to access this property and this property. The site slopes, it's got a kind of a, you might call it a wash, a real low area right in here. Slopes down from this high point and it slopes down and across to the west along here. The existing house sits with 0 setback from the easement. It's a manufactured home. And right now the parking is on a concrete area out off San Antonio Creek Road. They've got a small patio out back. There's currently a shed up here and there's 2 sheds kind of underneath this tree. And you can see the development around the property. It's an interesting site because everywhere you look, there's fairly big homes and fairly massive development. This is a 1,400 square foot house on a 1 acre lot. And what we're proposing is a 1,280 square foot garage, which sits down in that lowest area. So it's hopefully the least impactful in terms of views and so on. But it's still going to remain a very open kind of a pasture kind of site. It's not being what I'd say overdeveloped in any stretch of the word. Most of these houses are 2-story, and so they do kind of look over this property, even the ones on the lower side look over their property, but the ones above, there's a hedge along here and there's a hedge across here around here. So there is screening from the lower kind of the bottom 10 or 8 or 10 feet on the property. So if we can go to the photographic survey, which is in this one, yeah. So this just kind of shows the terrain. The garage is going to go, this is an existing drawing. So here's the neighbor's house. The site is this L shape here. This low point is where the garage is going to go. The sheds that I mentioned are right there and right here. This is the existing house. But if you look around, if we scroll down just a little bit, this is the existing house, the 1,400 square foot house. There's a couple of views of it. This house is that's one of the closer houses, which is just to the south. And then if we go scroll to the right, maybe scroll down. There's a house to the west that I wanted to point out. Let's scroll to the left. It's this one. So that house is actually the closest house to where the garage is going to go, and it's just to the west. And this is like a guest house on this property. The main house is a little further over. But at this point, this house is got a fence, but not a whole lot of landscape screening. So if we go to the site plan. So here's the plan. The garage sits here. It's set back about 25 feet from the alleyway or the easement. There's room to turn off of the alley before you open a garage door. If you pull a car out of a garage, you want to leave it somewhere. It's the existing house. The plan is to, this is going to take a little bit of fill because as it goes into the slope, they don't want the building to sit down low enough that it could become a flood issue. And so they're building it up about 1.5 feet from the existing terrain at the lower side. And so they're going to add a little bit of fill and they're going to capture that from this backyard. So they're going to take this backyard, which is currently sloping at a fairly minor slope, 5% or something. And they're putting in this retaining wall, which at the highest point right there to be about 3 feet. And it goes out to 0 over here and just a few feet there. And then there's a small dry stack wall here. And so this area is being made a lot more level than it currently is. And the patio is going to be probably expanded a little bit. The garage sits right here. It's 25 feet tall. There's a 20 feet tall. There's two tanks here for rainwater capture and irrigation, and then there's two tanks being added up here for the same purpose. These tanks will catch water from the house. And the lower two tanks will catch water from the garage. And then it'll, all that'll be gravity flow into the tanks. And then the water will be pumped for irrigation. So let's move on to the next slide.
Are those above ground?
They're above ground. This one has a hedge around it. It's got a screening hedge, and the lower one has bushes around it as well.
Okay, that was the 5-minute bell, so let's, it's, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. Let's try and wrap it up.
Okay, well, this is the image of the garage. It's a metal building, manufactured building. One big garage door, a little eyebrow for just to soften the exposure, a couple of windows on the end, a couple of bigger windows on the side and the door. So it's 1,280 square feet. It's got a little bit of retaining around the backside to as it goes into the slope, so there's a walkway around it. Next slide, please.
How tall is the garage door? How tall is the garage door?
So this elevations, obviously, no windows on the west or the north side, windows on the east and the south.
Yeah, keep going.
And next one. Okay, this.
Well, I mean, is anyone unclear about what's being proposed? Okay. Anything else that you wanted to share detail wise? Is there a landscape plan at all?
There is a landscape plan. It's another couple of drawings in.
Go down.
So this is it. So there's the hedge around these above grade tanks up here. Here's the alley. This is obviously sideways. Here's the entry to the garage. There's landscaping to soften views and sun exposure of the garage from the be the east side, and then we're adding this landscaping on the west side, also the hedge around these two rainwater storage tanks. A couple of trees here, 2 trees there, and shrubs, low shrubs, sort of in this all the way around the building on both sides.
Okay. No, I just wanted to see the other part. Okay. All right. What else? Any other sheets?
There's a civil drawing, or there's a this is a survey. There's a civil drawing of the stormwater management layout. It's got to keep going down. I think it's a lot. It's this one.
Okay. So what's the plan for behind the house now that you're leveling all that out? Are there patios or anything?
There's currently a small concrete patio and some walkways, concrete walkways that are there. We were
planning on having the east-west, shows up as a CMU wall here, but we're amenable to stack rock wall, and we probably would end up going with that. We've got a stack rock wall around where the current concrete patio is. As far as, and out at the top of that, there's a rectangular spot where we're proposing a backup generator with a CMU wall around it, concrete slab. But as far as materials for everywhere that's currently dirt, it'll either be some type of gravel and walkways and low water use plants or DG, or a combination of those. We've not yet figured out what we're doing with that. This is just kind of a.
And then this is
This
San,
whole area, Ken? Is that
I'm
what you're
sorry?
talking about?
yeah.
That would be the area that we're talking
This
about.
is San Antonio Creek. So there's another entrance, another driveway entrance. Is that existing?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's,
the driveway connects both to the alley and to San Antonio Creek.
Okay, so then you actually, is there parking back here?
well, there currently is, but it sits on a sloped surface because we followed what the existing grade was, and we're planning on bringing that down, which is the reason for the 3-foot height at that, what would be the northeast corner of that proposed wall, so that we can flatten it out and make it a little bit more usable.
Okay, I guess the question is, do you need this?
Well, we like to have the emergency access. Sometimes you don't know what's going to happen in case of a fire. So if people need to get through there to get out because somebody's got there's a fire hydrant at the southwest corner of the property there where the property lines come together. Just south of that is a fire hydrant. So if there was fire engine that happened to need to be set up there and the people couldn't get out of that east-west driveway, for some reason they could cut through what we currently have, and we use that as parking as well currently.
Okay. All right. Questions?
When your entrance to the garage, you're driving down or up into the garage?
It's up from the alley.
What's the plate height on your garage?
Would be 12 feet.
Okay.
It's a metal building, what's the roofing? Is it metal?
Same metal as well. Different colors. We've got a 4-foot wainscoting and then wall color and then roof color, all three different.
Do you have those colors?
I do not know. The colors don't present well. Can I get a photo of them with that, please?
Bless you. Okay. Yeah, I kind of just want to, maybe, is it number 9?
It's, I think, on the horizontal band just above the drawing, horizontal band of pictures.
Let's check out number 9 and 10, 7, 11. Just want to see what this looks like from the street. Maybe zoom in a little bit more on 10.
There's number 9, right, the yellow house.
Right, so that's the existing house, and then slide over to the right, I guess.
That's the house
neighbors
next
right?
door.
Can we see, number 9, can we see to the right at all? Is there another picture that shows what this looks like along the street frontage?
Yeah, there is. There's go just to the left. That's a picture more directly from the street, and get to the numbers to look at. Number 11 is taken just down the driveway as you start to pass the house.
Just on it. Yeah, like 10, for instance, if you look to the right, what does that look like? Maybe go to the map.
Yeah, number 9 and number 11 are really the only two images that show that side of the house.
Been taken from? Are you on San Antonio?
No, it's right at the west corner of the house or the back corner of the house.
Zoom out. So maybe number 13, 13, 14, 15, let's take a look at it. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, so this is from San Antonio Creek Road with what's existing as a hedge. That's the house behind it. Here's the back side of the house. This is the back corner of the existing concrete apron where cars park. This is the hedge in front of the neighbor's house.
so your new
As
wall,
is that. The new wall will be,
you're like right in
Yeah.
here.
yeah.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Yes, does the alley have a curb and gutter?
No.
Mhm.
Do you have any other plans for landscaping on the property or? No? Just around the garage?
Since we were just dealing with the garage, we've just got the garage plan.
Okay, so let's go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, see no one. Let's bring it back to the board then for comments. Again, this is here for conceptual review. Mr. Verdiak, comments.
Well, I'm sort of concerned about the prefab building in the neighborhood. You know, it seems like it's not compatible with the neighborhood because there are no buildings like that. It is standing out there by itself. But anyway, that would be a concern of mine. The colors seem appropriate for a metal building.
Hey, Ms. Frosher.
Yeah, I guess I feel the same way. I'm trying to get a sense of how you want to use the site and, you know, where your garden is, where your outdoor spaces are. And the 12-foot door on the pretty utilitarian building, I find myself wishing that you could turn it away from the alley and just sort of develop your whole layout differently, because I think it's gonna be a big door looking right across to your neighbor. It's 25 feet back, but you can't screen it because the driveway into it is right there.
Yeah, you know,
It
it's.
seems like you have room to kind of think about the whole site a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a large building. You know, and just the word garage sort of denotes a smaller building, but it's not, it's a big building. And so I think that trying to screen it or, you know, tone it down somehow would be appropriate, you know, with planning, you know, doing something about that. Because it's going to be a big building out there by itself.
And Ms. Grubb.
I agree that I think the site planning could be studied a little bit further. It also is somewhat I can call completely surrounded by a like concrete walkway connecting directly to the driveway. And so it's gonna be this little sea of paving with this little structures in the middle. And I think if you could incorporate, if you could plan it in a way where you can get some foundation plantings to soften the elevations a bit more. I think the scope of the planting, like the limit of work on the planting is pretty tight to the structure. And so I think it would be good to just see how it knits in with the broader site a little bit more. So.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I agree with the comments about maybe evaluating the whole layout of how this works, and the intent is to store an RV in it. Is that what you said?
We currently have 4 vehicles and I have offsite. I'm a land surveyor. I've got offsite papered files and rolled files that I'm currently paying to store offsite. So a large part of it is going to be, at least along one wall, will be for the storage of those in metal as opposed to another structure. We're in a kind of a fire susceptible area, and rather than have sprinklers over my paper files, the metal was kind of the way we thought we'd go. With that, and as far as the entrance to it, we've got, as Mr. Johnson was saying, we've got the low swale that runs north to south. And so an access for a driveway through there, really, it doesn't really lend itself coming from the east, and it's too tight from the west. So the south was really the only direction that we had that would make sense. And we're kind of tucked between 2 easements. We've got a sewer easement that runs north-south on the west side of the proposed garage, and we've got utility easements that run to the larger 2-story building to the northeast there. They run on the east side that would be westerly of the proposed tanks there. So we're kind of squeezed down with the swale on those 2 as to where we can place the building.
Did you rotate that 90 degrees and have like the driveway come out, you know, into here kind of?
Well, that's what I was talking about. The swale runs north-south, and that's an area, we've got a storm drain pipe underneath that area. And as far as having a driveway that comes through there, it really doesn't lend itself to being functional in that regard.
Sorry, where's the storm pipe?
Well, if you look, you had your light almost, if you go to the right of the plantings there, right at the driveway, there's a drop inlet right there, and it runs to the northeast. If you follow the contours up there, you'll see the pucker in the contour that goes north. It follows up to okay. Since I don't have a pointer, I can't.
Yeah, you can have this in a second. I had one suggestion just to study is, right now, I think it's gonna feel very exposed from even though it's narrow here, it's so wide here, you're reading the whole elevation kind of unmitigated with landscaping. If just one thing to study might be that if, I realize you're probably trying to get some parking in front of there too, but if it was more of a hammerhead configuration, so you could get some planting in front of the 2 wings that are not in front of the door on either side, it would just give you a chance to minimize that front facade from the alley view. So if we go to the elevation, it might make a little more sense. Sheet AR 3 of 6. Down. So if you're able to get some planting, right now the paving kind of just melds into the walkway around, but if you're able to carve out some planting, I think in front of these 2 sides, because right now you're just reading that full elevation without any softening.
I think again, it goes back to, it would be helpful to have a landscape designer or a landscape architect work with your site. If we can go back to the site plan.
You look at the landscape plan.
Oh, there is, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the source, but back to one of the points that Haley made, I think all the planning is real tight up against the house. And I think, you know, you're going to see this as you're driving up the alley. It'd be nice to get a little bit more in the way of tree cover, maybe something more substantial on this side.
Those are the easements. We've got a sewer easement and utility easements that you can see the parallel lines that run
That's
through.
here, right? What about
Right.
here?
Well, yeah, but I don't know the extent to which that's gonna help. Well, we could plant there, but I don't know the extent to which it's gonna shield the view.
Yeah.
You would probably want it down more where we would have difficulty planting because of the easements.
Yeah, well,
We're trying to-
this is gonna help also if you consider more planting in here, because then as you're driving down the alley, that's going to shield that view of this structure. We're just trying to,
Right.
help you out here.
So shielding along the driveway would likely be
It would help.
would help as well,
Yeah.
I would assume,
Okay,
prior to getting to the.
right, yeah.
Okay.
And to the left, lower left, there are above ground tanks that are in the setback, and is that correct?
That could be, that
Or the
they've leaked over into the setback, yeah.
So just confirming, you're allowed to have above ground tanks in there.
I'm sorry?
You're allowed to have water tanks in a setback, is that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Are you is the question. So check,
Yeah.
the comment is check to see if that's
Correct.
a possibility. The other question I had about these tanks. How are you getting gravity fed water from this structure into these tanks? Isn't it? Aren't these uphill of the,
No, they're downhill. It slopes down. We take them straight from the gutter, keep it a closed system until it got there.
okay,
Same as the ones down below. We need to do the same thing off the roof gutter.
got it.
You know, I also think that metal buildings have come a long way, really long way. You could find a siding that's more residential in character than usually the in and out pattern that they have. And also, you know, it's a baked on finish that lasts forever, and it could also be flat, you know, instead of a shiny finish. You know, what I'm really concerned about is an industrial looking building in this residential neighborhood.
Well, we hadn't intended to go anything but a flat mat,
Well,
nothing with a
Fairly.
semi-gloss.
okay,
gloss
well,
to it.
good.
Okay,
So,
all right.
but I just think that the investigating the pattern, you can find something that, you know, it's just not an industrial neighbor. Well, you understand what I'm saying.
Right, we're dealing with a company that gives us choices and
Yeah,
we're
sure.
looking at the,
Do you
trying to
have,
figure out the best one that we've got and we can come up with a few,
Take advantage
some
of
of the selection that you can take a look at.
yeah, do you have a cut sheet or anything? What of that company to show pictures of an example of what this building might look like?
I do not with me, they do have
Yeah, I'd
examples.
say that would be helpful to bring that next time also. So, all right, Joe, do you need any more input on the comments, or do you think you have it? There's a lot of them. But I think we had a lot of questions answered. Mr. Dargle? Okay,
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
yes. Just wondering. if-
Yeah, I think I got all the comments.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you. So then, what is how's the board feel? Return for prelim and final full board? Or do we need to see another concept? Further conceptual / preliminary for next time? Okay, with the comments, since there are so many.
I think our real concern is that it's a very industrial looking building in a very residential setting. And the 12-foot garage door speaks to that as well, of being kind of industrial scale. So whatever you can do to add more screening and try to just soften the approach to that building. I think that's why we were all asking, why can't you turn it 90 degrees so that you can really screen it? And you could kind of tie it to your use at the house more and, you know, have more of a master plan for your whole site. You've got a nice big property there, but it feels a little disconnected.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this driveway looks really steep and you have very low retaining walls. I think, you know, is there a reason you couldn't push that down a little bit further, have little higher walls? And so this, I know you wanted to keep you know, like you said, the drainage away, but there's ways to do that. Yeah, so lots of considerations, but and so we'll see you next time when you come back. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last item of the day. I don't see any. Is there someone here for item 13? Oh, in attendees. Yeah, okay. Can we promote Rachel Davidson? I'll start reading. This is item 13, T-Mobile at Tuckers Grove Park. Request of Jeremy Siegel, Yukon Group, agent for T-Mobile, for further conceptual review of a new 55-foot high T-Mobile wireless telecommunications facility disguised as a pine tree, which will replace an existing 50-foot high Sprint facility located at 4800 Cathedral Oaks Road. Last heard February 3rd of this year. And so, Rachel, are you here for this item?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'll read the comments from last time and turn it over to you for a quick summation of what's new and improved. Excuse me. So, comment A, concealment looks like a fake tree. An improvement to the shape of the tree is needed. Return with additional concealment options for review by the board, including differing tree shapes and or species of trees. B, return with elevation and modeling or photo sim of simplified antenna design without the tree concealment option. Lastly, return with in-person sample of tree concealment options and colors if the desire is to proceed forward with a tree concealment. So whenever you're ready, Rachel, just tell Jonathan which page you'd like to be on and proceed with your.
Sure. So we provided two sets of plans, one to have a faux mono pine tree. It differs slightly in that it covers the antennas that are surrounding it a little bit more. That unfortunately does make it a little bit wider. Previously, we came in with a 20-foot at the widest point, and now it's 22 to help conceal those antennas better. But I know that the board wasn't very excited about a mono pine tree, so we also came back with a monopole tree, which removes some of the bulk of the visual aesthetics for the area. And right now, the previous one showed that monopole a little bit better. What you're seeing right now is the existing installation that's up there. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get those very small antennas. They do need a full site here. So it was proposed for either the monopine or the monopole to see if there's a preference to going one direction or another. Typically, we do trees in parks, but I know there was a comment that stated it looked unnatural to do a tree in the park, and that wasn't preferred. So if we do the, yeah, that's great. So if we do the monopole, we would paint it to match the trees around it, that kind of forest green color. And then
So
if,
these are, you know, how many options do we have here? Two? Is it this and
yeah,
that?
we came back with two.
Okay. So let's flip back and forth again. I think you had it going well. This is one option. And that's the other. And so we were hoping to see something in person so we can get a look at what, you know. 'Cause,
I
yeah,
did order those materials for the tree, but I know there is an existing tree in nearby it, I believe I was told. If we could also mimic that if there's a preference for it. But I did order those samples, they just aren't in yet.
Okay, so I mean, I think, you know, this looks fine, but this is not what it's gonna look like. So I think there's also some elevations maybe in one of the packages that shows more of the tree shape. So if we can try to get to that also. There you go.
Is this tree gonna be visible from the parking lot inside the park at all, like the pole part of the tree?
Was the question, is the tree going to be visible from
From
the parking lot in the
lot
park?
side? Yeah, in the park.
I don't know. We could probably do a photo sim from inside the park facing that area to get a good view of it. It's definitely visible from that street though.
So just take it, we gotta take that into consideration, like how that transition from pole to fig tree looks.
Mhm.
Cause I think that side you will see it.
Right. Okay, so how? We don't have the previous submittal, do we? I'm just curious what this looked like in the last time. Has this changed?
It's a little wider than the tree itself. Like it jets out past the antennas a little bit further. Because I know some jurisdictions.
I think it's okay. Okay, I mean, like, you know, obviously it still doesn't look like a tree. A real tree. I mean,
To keep it at this height,
yeah,
I mean, if we wanted to add 10 feet to the top, but then we're making it taller and that wasn't preferred either.
yeah, just looking at the form, you know, is there a pine tree that has this? Because, you know, I don't even know where to take this. Okay, well, I think that's, anything else you want to present to us?
I know I'm available for questions.
Okay, questions from the board?
When do you think you're gonna get samples of the actual foliage?
And
'Cause
colors.
Yeah, we need a real presentation of actual foliage and comparison to tree, you know, some branch of what's nearby as well as it.
And I think we'd also talked about, you know, do you have another example of this somewhere you can bring us a photo
Yeah.
that shows what it'll actually look like? The photo sims, just, you know, the photo sim tree is very different than this tree. And my feeling is that it's going to look more like this tree. So,
Okay.
so next
Yeah,
time-
definitely. I also got the impression though at the last one that the tree really wasn't going to be approved. Like there was a lot of dissatisfaction with trees in general for the jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the thing is, if you can get it right, I think there's a chance. Just looking at the other option, there, it's like, yeah, it's the lesser of, which is the lesser of two evils, I think, is what we're up against here.
Yeah.
So,
I think we want to try to work with the tree, but we need more information on how we're gonna make it look
Yeah, I agree.
real.
Okay, so we're leaning towards the tree more and you just need those samples.
not necessarily, I think you just
Okay.
need more information. You know, prove to us that this can actually look like a tree and that might pass. If not, then we hate the other one too. So.
Okay.
It's difficult. I mean, you can see where we're coming from. We're an aesthetic board and this is not, the current tower is not too bad. It's just it's a post, yeah, but you add all the stuff on the outside of it and it's very non-pleasing aesthetically. So, and that's what we're in charge of here is the aesthetics. So anyway, let's make sure we say, is there anyone here at least from the public? But there isn't. So we kind of, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a request. Maybe at the next meeting, you could bring us addresses where the same installation has happened, just so we can, you know, cruise it on Google Earth or something. There's one on Modoc Road that I think looks horrible, and to me, it would just be really sad to see something like that put into the park.
Yeah, so sample photos.
Are there any trees in this jurisdiction that are agreeable to this board?
I don't know. That's what you're gonna show us. I mean, we
If
we
they've
don't
been
know where
moved for
every.
us to like them, we probably haven't noticed them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Well, I guess the ones that you'd really like, you would never know that they're an antenna.
Right, exactly. I think that's, so I think we're asking you to show us an example that is acceptable. And if you can find one, then
Mhm.
get through it, yeah. So, I think this would be, do you, do you have to go to, where's your next stop, in the process?
planning commission?
Planning commission, okay. So basically, what do you need? Just positive comments, I think, from us, right? Okay, so,
Mhm.
so, yeah, so return for further conceptual with the comments as previously stated. Anything else to add from anyone?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
First, it.
All those in favor of it?
Yeah.
Opposed? One opposed. Motion carries. Thank you.